Can we begin, inshallah?
Inshallah, please.
No, wait, four minutes. Wait 4 minutes. Wait 4 minutes. Professor Thameem, 4 minutes, okay? At 10 o'clock exactly we'll begin.
Yeah.
Or 1 minute rather.
Yeah, 1 minute.
Yeah.
How many of them? 92, alhamdulillah.
Yeah,
92.
and some are on the Facebook also.
Okay.
We are live there.
Is this across the globe or is this just us?
Across the globe, sir.
Across the globe, country.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Nurlia, now you can begin. Bismillah.
Assalamualaikum and good morning, everyone. Welcome to the National Virtual Conference on Rahmah and Karuna, Compassion as Common Ground for Building Understanding between Islam and Buddhism. Honorable professors, distinguished guests, speakers, students, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization of the International Islamic University Malaysia, ISTAC-IIUM, we appreciate everyone present today, taking the time amidst such unprecedented, overwhelming, and busy schedules of the day. I hope everyone is safely home, taking care of yourselves and your loved ones. Inshallah, we have gathered here with the blessings of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to gain knowledge and strengthen our interreligious understandings, thus relationship. It is more crucial now, more than ever, that we observe mutual understandings between us, no matter our backgrounds, especially in conjunction to this initiative, our religious backgrounds. ISTAC-IIUM has been proactive in promoting interreligious dialogues solely for the purpose of ensuring peace and harmony in multi-religious and multiracial communities, and eventually most relevant to our multi-religious and multiracial Malaysia. On behalf of ISTAC as well, we are deeply and honored and humbled to have a number of distinguished guests and respectable speakers online with us today, and a list of critical and most anticipating topics to be discussed throughout this webinar. Professors and doctors, ladies and gentlemen, I hope everyone is comfortably settled in and ready for today's webinar. To start off this morning agenda, I would like to call upon Imam Muhammad Nazrin bin Abdul Rahman to recite the dua.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to all. A'udhu billahi min shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan shakirin, hamdan yuwafi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhika wa 'azimi sultanik. Allahumma ighfir lana dhunubana wa liwalidina warhamhum kama rabbawna sighara wa li jami'il muslimin wal muslimat bi rahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. O Allah, we ask you for all that is good in this world and in the hereafter, what we know and what we don't know. O Allah, we seek refuge with you from all evil in this world and in the hereafter, what we know and what we don't know. O Allah, we ask you for the good that your slave and prophet has asked you for, and we seek refuge with you from the evil from which your slave and prophet sought refuge. O Allah, we ask you for paradise and for that which brings one closer to it in word and deed, and we seek refuge in you from hell and from that which brings one closer to it in word and deed. And we ask you to make every decree that you decree concerning us good. O our Lord, let not our hearts deviate after you have guided us, and grant us from your self-mercy. Indeed, you are the bestower. O Allah, show us the truth as true and inspire us to follow it. Show us falsehood as falsehood and inspire us to abstain from it. O Allah, we seek refuge in you from leprosy, madness, elephantiasis, and evil diseases. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanatan wa qina adhaban nar. O our Lord, give us in this world that which is good, and in the hereafter that which is good, and protect us from the punishment of the fire. Sallallahu ala nabiyyina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Amin.
Alhamdulillah.
Ameen, Ya Rabbal Alameen. Inshallah, we're going to have a good conference and knowledge exchange today. Okay, just a little bit of a housekeeping. Please turn off your microphone at all times to avoid disruptions in the middle of speakers' speeches and presentations. There will be a Q&A session, question and answer session at the end of every presentations throughout the day, as well as after this keynote speakers session. Okay, you can type in your questions into the question box in your control panel. I'll bring them up and go through one by one, as long as the allocated time permits, your questions at the end of this speech. Okay, without further ado, let us first welcome the Dean of ISTAC-IIUM, Professor Thameem to convey his welcoming remarks. Over to you now, Prof.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Salam Sejatra and Namaste to all who have joined today's webinar. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Honorable Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Dato Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rector IIUM, Honorable Bante Mahinda, our keynote speaker this morning, Honorable Deputy Rectors, Deans, colleagues, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you this morning to the one-day National Virtual Conference on Rahmah and Karuna, Compassion as Common Ground for Building Understanding between Islam and Buddhism, organized by International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization, ISTAC, International Islamic University, Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur. ISTAC is dedicated to engage in advanced level study and research about Islamic thought and civilization at national and global levels with the goal to nurture comparative, cultural, and civilizational studies dedicated to the renewal of Islam and civilization. Its mission is to produce a new breed of academics and scholars who are multilingual and multidisciplinary in their expertise, with knowledgeable understanding of the universal message of Islam for the advancement of Islamic thought and civilization, who can address new challenges and concerns facing the Muslim Ummah and humanity, which will enable meaningful living in the 21st century globalized world. Today's national webinar is directed towards a discussion between scholars of Islam and Buddhism in Malaysia for exploring practical steps which can help in building an understanding between Islam and Buddhism through the commonly shared teaching of Rahmah and Karuna, meaning compassion or mercy. Malaysia is a multicultural country where Islam is the official religion, with Muslims coexisting with people of other faiths, and with Buddhism being the largest minority religion spread all over the country. The objective of today's webinar is to enhance intercultural understanding and foster civilizational dialogue between the Muslim and Buddhist communities living in Malaysia and across nations. The objective of ISTAC-IIUM corresponds with the goal number 16 of the United Nations Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals of building peace, justice, and strong institutions. Islam-Buddhism relations are not only imperative for Malaysia, but also crucial for building and sustaining robust, dynamic, and peaceful ASEAN socio-cultural community marked with hallmarks of advancing understanding, coexistence, and dialogue. The blueprint of the ASEAN socio-cultural community, ASCC instrument of the ASEAN organization, calls for the building of people-oriented and socially responsible solidarity and unity among the people of ASEAN for the well-being of the region. Buddhism and Islam are the two major ASEAN religions. Muslims make up about 42% and the Buddhists about 40% of population of ASEAN community. In light of emerging Asian Islamophobia and mutual misinformation about Islam and Buddhism between the followers of the two religions, living either as majorities or minorities in Malaysia and other ASEAN countries, there is an urgent need to undertake efforts to build Islam-Buddhism understanding and dialogue to strengthen unity and mutual respect between Muslims and Buddhists in Malaysia, whose positive outcomes will spread to other countries in the region. Especially, we are facing the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic and surging Muslim conflict tensions and conflicts verging towards violence. The Quran recognizes and respects diversity of religions and calls for the establishment of common grounds for peaceful coexistence. In the Muslim tradition, foremost among Allah's attributes are compassion and mercy, or in the canonical Arabic language, Rahman and Rahim. The Quranic term Rahmah means compassion, benevolence, and the favors which Allah has given and continues to give to all human beings, irrespective of the religions they follow. The Quran also refers to gentleness, kindness, empathetic sensitivity, which humans should have in their relationship with each other as individuals and communities. Each of the 114 chapters of the Quran, with one exception, begins with the verse Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, in the name of Allah, the most compassionate, the most merciful. As culture, Rahmah or compassion should be practiced by all Muslims in their intra-Muslim and inter-religious affairs and relations. And Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is described in the Quran as a personification of the practice of compassionate behavior towards all living beings, human and non-human. The Quran states that وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَاكَ إِلَّا رَحْمَةً لِلْعَالَمِينَ. It means, and we have not sent you, Muhammad, but as a mercy to the worlds. Chapter 21, verse number 107. In another place, the Quran states, Ya ayyuhan nas, inna khalaqnakum min dhakarin wa untha, wa ja'alnakum shu'uban wa qabaila li ta'arafu, inna akramakum indallahi atqakum. O mankind, we created you from a single pair of a male and a female and made you into nations and tribes, that you may know each other, not that you may despise each other. Verily, the most honored of you in the sight of God is he who is the most righteous of you. And God has full knowledge and is well acquainted with all things. Surah 49, verse 13. In another place, God says, وَلِكُلِّ وِجْهَةٌ هُوَ مُوَلِّيهَا فَاسْتَبِقُوا الْخَيْرَاتِ. So compete with one another in doing good. Compete with one another in doing good. Surah Al-Baqarah, verse number 148. In another ayah, God says, for every one of you, we appointed a law and a way. And if God had pleased, he would have made you a single people, but that he might try you in what he gave you. So compete with one another in virtuous deeds. Compete one with another in virtuous deeds. To God you all return. So he will inform you of that wherein you differed. Today, we have, by the grace of God, with us a distinguished panel of Buddhist scholars and practitioners And we look forward to learning from them about the concept and practice of Karuna, compassion as taught by the Buddha, and its role in living Buddhism. Karuna in Sanskrit and Pali means compassion or empathy, the wish that others be free from suffering, the wish that others be happy. It is one of the 40 topics of meditation. Compassion is used for cultivation of tranquility. Compassion is used for cultivation of tranquility. Compassion is to be developed by filling one's mind with kind-heartedness, including acknowledging the kindness one has received from other beings in past lifetimes. In this way, we can move towards developing a better understanding and coexistence between Muslims and Buddhists in Malaysia and the world. Without taking much of your time, let me end my speech by thanking you all for your interest and participation in this National Conference on Rahmah and Karuna, compassion as common ground for building relations between Muslims and Buddhists in Malaysia. Wabillahi tawfiq wal hidayah. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Professor, for those most profound and warm words of welcome. Next, I would like to invite Director of the International Islamic University, Malaysia, Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Dato Zulkifli Abdul Razak, for his welcoming speech. The table is yours now, Prof.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu syafil anbiya mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. La hawla wa la quwata illa billah. Brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, friends, let me first of all thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for giving me this opportunity to be with you and also to listen and learn from you, and inshallah also to share a little bit of what the university is doing towards the idea of sharing compassion across religion, across nations, and across creeds and also ethnicity. There is something that is very profound to this university, and I'm indeed very grateful and delighted that ISTAC has taken this initiative to broaden the discussion between two major beliefs, Islam and also Buddhism. And I also take note that Buddha, if I'm not mistaken, is also, according to some people, the prophet of Islam. So there are many things that I think that we can learn and share today. And I am indeed very delightful to know that we will then work together to ensure that compassion is part and parcel of the lifestyle that we're going to adopt moving forward, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic that all of us are facing. If you give me an opportunity, I would like to share a little bit of my conception of what compassion is in the kind of a model that IIUM is trying to develop to move education from the pre-COVID to the post-COVID sort of era. Let me very briefly in this time allocated share with you the things that we have been talking about and we are about to implement it when we understand what education is all about, which basically becomes the foundation of what compassion will be in the education system, at least in the university, if not beyond this university. Now, from my little understanding, when we look at education before COVID, what we call the pre-COVID sort of environment, the major thrust is what we call the 4M. Education is about training men and manpower, perhaps, for employment. And we work very much on the brain, on the mind, to talk about innovation, which is also, again, part and parcel of getting employment, people who are innovative in their thinking, creating things that are values, at least in the marketplace, to be sold and to create revenue for that matter. And oftentimes, I think we're engaged in missions, not only just missions, but high-tech missions that will allow us to create a lot more stuff that could be used for the marketplace. So in other words, I will just summarize in the 4 M's of men, mind, high tech, which is the machine, and also the marketplace. Now, when COVID hits us, we find that this factory model where the university is now facing a kind of a dilemma do not work very well. You find that many industries close, many factories are closed, employment becomes an issue when you find that a lot of people are suffering now because they are not able to depend on the industry and the economic system anymore. Now, we thought that we need to now relook at this model and how do we expand it so that it can be compatible to what post-COVID is going to offer us. One is quite sure when we talk about COVID, we talk about not just one single person or a single community or a single nation. We need to talk about humanity, the word Rahmatan lil Alamin that was used by Professor Thameem just now. It is not about us alone, it is about how we connect with other people around us. And therefore the expansion of just individuals or small sectors into this whole perspective of humanity becomes an important sort of transformation that we need to go through. We not to talk about the mind, we also need to talk about the heart. We need to talk about not just rational thinking, but also effective thinking, emotions, and so on and so forth. And these two things, I think, needs to be coupled and combined together. And we are not going to talk just about high tech. We also need to talk about high touch, so that individually we will then feel what other people are feeling and how do you humanize technology, as it were, to bring back values to life rather than just value in the context of money or in the context of prizes that we know in the materialistic world, right? And why this is important? Because I think there are many studies that have been done that we need to do this transformation, because it will then change what we see today as a kind of the industrial revolution that we have been facing more than 300 years ago. And it says here the factory mass teaching methods of the third revolution here has failed to conquer enduring problems of inequity and unfairness. And I think this is where we need to capture this whole idea of compassion. How do we then create a system that will conquer this whole idea of discrimination, inequity, and unfairness, right? And as we look at this, the disruption that we need to go through is to bring back values in our education. And hence this university is advocating what we call values-based education. And this has something to do, again, with what we see today when we read statements of this nature. This comes from a very august journal, The Lancet, that talks about compassion in the time of COVID-19. And what does the author say? He says compassion pushes us to understand how we have structured the world. I want to underline that, how we have structured the world, and to ask how we can structure it better. In other words, there is a movement, there is a paradigm shift, there's a transformation that needs to be done, not because we may suffer, but because others are suffering, and that is not how the world should be. Maybe in Malaysia, we're lucky enough, we don't suffer as bad as United States or the United Kingdom, but that does not mean that we are out of the problem. We need to save other people in the context of humanity because other people are suffering, and that is what compassion is all about. So if you structure this in this way, then we begin to see what is it that we need to change and to bring it better. And from our point of view, when you talk about humanity, we need to bring another value called sympathy. Unless you are able to sympathize with people around us, we will not be able to understand how they suffer, and therefore we are not able to quote unquote live and help them to get out of their suffering. And in fact, if we don't have sympathy, we don't even care about our neighbor, let alone the world as such. Yeah, we don't even care what the neighbors are suffering. You don't even care what the animals are suffering in the context of human and non-human life. So sympathy becomes another value that needs to be brought into the education system in a very systematic way. And from then, I think we will learn another set of value, which we call empathy. Empathy is about being there, not just understanding it from your own air-conditioned room, talking about poverty, but not being with them and understand what poverty is all about in the real life. In other words, you participate, you become engaged, and you know what this is all about when you talk about certain things. I always make the same analogy. You cannot talk about durian if you have not tasted durian. Yeah, we cannot talk about empathy or poverty unless you empathize with it. And therefore, there is a need for this university to move out into the community. And this is one of the biggest agenda that university. Every semester, 2,000 our students are going to be engaged with the community around them so that they learn how to sympathize and empathize at the same time. And hopefully that will bring the final level of what compassion is all about, the way we talked it earlier, how to actually help others who are suffering, although we may not. We will be fortunate enough not to do this. So this whole idea of compassion within the university become a structure that we will build into our curriculum, the way we dispense these values, not only among ourselves, but the people around the university, in the community, and hopefully beyond Malaysia. So that what you are discussing today is basically about how do we communicate, how do you then cooperate with one another, and finally, how do you then live compassionately, as much as was mentioned. We always say Allah the most merciful and the most compassionate. If it is an essence of God, that it must be part of us, who is also a spiritual being, taking the same essence in the way that we know how. So I'm very, very excited about this meeting today, and I hope it will help into the kind of model that we are trying to make alive in this university, that hopefully will change the kind of education that we have in this university, in Malaysia, and hopefully worldwide. I know there are other universities that have been doing this, and we hope to learn from them so that the whole structure of the university will change for the better as we move into the post-COVID world, that people will now need to live in a kind of a balanced way, in the kind of gentleness and kind-heartedness we talked about, yeah, and maybe through the Buddhist about mindfulness and so on and so forth. There's a rich horizon that we need to arrive in, and I'm sure within this one day, there's a lot to be learned. And I hope all this discussion that we have today, we will document it so that it can be used in the university and also to teach others about what we have learned today among ourselves. So on that note, let me thank all of you from the bottom of my heart on behalf of the university, particularly our guests who have come from far and near to share their experience with us. We really are very grateful for this, and we hope we can forge a good relationship for a long time so that we are able to live together as one humanity for the sake of humankind overall. So thank you very much, and congratulations to ISTAC once again for taking another webinar out. The last time that we did on sustainable development was wonderfully successful, and I hope this will be successful in the same way. So wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Assalamualaikum. Greeting of peace. Have a good day. Have a nice time, and look after yourself well. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor, for those insightful remarks, especially for the significance of 4H and cruciality of those human values and transforming the university's curriculum according to our situations today. Thank you so much. Okay, now, finally, we're going to have with us Bhante Mahinda, Venerable Mahinda. But before that, before our honorable keynote speaker turn on his microphone, spare me a couple of minutes to introduce him to all of you. Okay, so Venerable Mahinda was born into a traditional Chinese family in Malacca, Malaysia in 1949. He was ordained in 1976 by the Venerable Kirinde Sri Dhammananda and studied in Sri Lanka from 1977 to 1982 at the Paramadhamma Buddhist Institute. After his studies in Sri Lanka, he started his Dhammaduta service in Singapore from 1983 to 1986, after which he left for Australia and founded the Australian Buddhist Mission Incorporated and the Aloka Meditation Center in the central coast of NSW. He is the founder of the Metta Round the World project, which unites people throughout the world in the practice of loving kindness for world peace, harmony, and stability. He has held metta conventions in Singapore, Sri Lanka, Australia, and Malaysia. Currently, Bante Mahinda is the General Advisor to the Buddhist Missionary Society, Malaysia, founder and spiritual director of the Aloka Foundation, Malaysia. He is also the Abbot of the Aloka Meditation Center in Australia, founder and spiritual director of the Australian Buddhist Mission Incorporated, and an advisor to a number of other Buddhist organizations in Malaysia, Singapore, and Australia. So without further ado, before that, let me just remind Bante that we're going to have the 15 minutes question Q&A session at the end. So I'm going to keep on the lookout for the time for you, Bante. And so without further ado, let us welcome Bante Mahinda to kick off our webinar today. Go ahead and turn on your microphone now, Bante.
Thank you very much, Professor and Tan Sri, for your address. And greetings to all of you, and Suki Hotu, good health and peace to all our brothers and sisters, all the our Muslim brothers and sisters. Thank you for this invitation. I truly rejoice with the initiative of the International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization and the International Islamic University, Malaysia. And especially what Tan Sri has outlined, the pre-COVID and the post-COVID, how the importance of having compassion and value-based education going forward. And it was only after receiving your invitation that I started to read about Islam and Buddhism. And I thought I knew everything about, yeah. So I must thank our Associate Professor, Dr. Imtiyaz Yusuf, and for the book that he has written. And I would like to really congratulate his effort in building this bridge between Islam and Buddhism. He's very well qualified to do so after having lived in a Buddhist country in Thailand for 28 years and associated with the Mahidol University. Yeah. What happened was 4 months ago, sometime towards the end of the September, I had the opportunity to watch the online dialogue between His Holiness the Dalai Lama and a certain Muslim professor in Malaysia. And after listening, I had the wish that I would be able to continue the dialogue. Yeah. So today I have the opportunity, I have the honor to speak to all of you and all the learned professors and our fellow Muslim brothers and sisters. And but before I commence with my talk, I would like to share with you all a few memorable encounters which I had with the Muslim brothers and sisters. Yeah. Firstly, I was born in a kampong in Malacca, and in my early days, I had a Muslim woman as my nanny. I still remember her as Maya. Yeah. And then when I attended the Buddhist Sunday school at ISTAC-IIUM Malacca, the first lesson was on Islam. It was not on Buddhism. The first lesson was on Islam, the 5 pillars of Islam. Yeah. And then before I became a monk, I had a lay teacher. I met a lay teacher from Sri Lanka who was traveling on a mission of goodwill, understanding, and peace. And I joined him after my studies in New Zealand. And so I traveled with him to Fiji Islands, to the Mexico, and then to the United States of America. I remember driving 17,000 miles in 6 months, all the 48 states in America. And then from Canada, from Vancouver to Montreal, and then I took a ship to Southampton to England. Now it was there in England one day when I was on my own, I ventured to travel to a village in Wales. That village, which has a very long name, and that's what attracted me, yeah? That village has got some 58 letters, yeah? And I won't try to pronounce it, yeah? It actually starts with Lianfair, and so on. And that attracted my, my curiosity, yeah? But on the way there, I was stranded. I had no money, no food, no place to stay. And I managed to find, somehow I managed to find a place and to sleep in a chicken farm. Then I was looking for a job to earn some money, especially during the weekend market. And that was where I approached a Pakistani Muslim man. And I asked him for a job. He gladly offered me a job and look after his textile store. And he showed me around and what to do. And then soon after that, he left me for a little while. And upon returning, he brought with him some cash and then gave me, put it in my hand, and he said to me this. He said, my religion teaches me and that I should pay my workers before they even sweat. I was really taken aback with this. And then after that, what happened was he invited me to his home for lunch with such hospitality that I never forget. And after eating, we talked a little bit. And then he presented me with a copy of the Quran. Yeah. And he knew I was a Buddhist. And he presented me with the Quran. I did not know what was in that book, but I certainly knew what was in his heart. Yeah. And today, as we talk about Rahmah and Karuna, I remember these and experiences. I have one more encounter to share with you. After I became a monk, when I was traveling in a car from Kuantan to Kelantan, in the early morning, we had to stop by the roadside and on the coastal road and for breakfast. Then my friend offered me with whatever food that is available. And after eating, I went with my friend to meet the owner of the store. The owner of the store was a Malay woman. I was so surprised that the food was so cheap. So I asked her how she survived. And then she told me, she said, and this business that she's running is actually to serve, to provide food and drinks for the travelers. She's doing it as a service. And it's not about making money. And she only makes a little money for her own living. I was really very surprised, very impressed by this. And it is through such memories and impressions that I had through the encounters with our Muslim brothers and sisters that I truly believe that kindness and compassion, Rahmah and Karuna, will certainly provide the common ground for building greater understanding between Islam and Buddhism. And I have many more stories, But now I think I shall explain to you the Buddhist concept of compassion, karuna and compassion. Yeah. First of all, the Buddhist mission was based on compassion. The Buddha, after training a group of 60 arahants, arahants were those worthy ones who were free from greed, hatred, and delusion. After training this group of 60 arahants, he told them, he advised them, admonished them, he said, Charita bhikkhuve charikam, bahujana hitaya, bahujana sukhaya, lokanukampaya, attaya hitaya sukhaya deva manusanam. This is in Pali, the language that is closest to what the Buddha spoke. And what it means is this: Buddha addressed those monks, the first group of 60 arahants. He said, Charita bhikkhuve charikam, go, wander forth, O monks. Bahujana hitaya, bahujana sukhaya, for the welfare and happiness of the many. Lokanukampaya, out of compassion for the world. Attaya, hitaya, sukhaya, deva manusan, for the benefit, for the welfare, happiness of gods and men. This was the mission. This is the mission of the Buddha. And in order to carry out this mission, the mission of alleviating the suffering of humanity, the suffering that accompanies birth, old age, sickness, death, which all of us, irrespective of belief, religion, irrespective of race or color, we all have to go through this. And so in order to carry out this mission, the Buddha advised his disciples to cultivate the Brahmavihara. There are 4 qualities, 4 virtues. They are metta, karuna, mudita, upekkha. Because in order to understand the teachings of karuna in Buddhism, and just like in Islam and Rahmah, we cannot take it just by itself. Rahmah, Rahim. And so karuna must also be understood in terms of other qualities that is associated and closely related to karuna. So these 4 Brahmaviharas, or the 4 sublime states of mind, they are metta, karuna, mudita, upekkha. Yeah? And metta is the basis, the foundation of karuna. Metta is loving kindness. Yeah? It is the basis for developing karuna. Then mudita, sympathetic joy or appreciative joy, is the short-term benefit, the short-term result of the cultivation of karuna. Then there is a long-term result is when we practice karuna, long-term result, we get upekkha, equanimity. And this is how we need to understand. First of all, when we talk about metta, this word metta actually really refers to friendliness. But the kind of friendliness that arouse this friendliness from our heart with the wish that all sentient beings to be well and happy. And the Buddha taught the practice of metta there are different ways how to practice this metta. We practice metta by radiating and our loving kindness in all the directions, uddam, adoja, tiriyanja, above, below, and all around. Starting with ourselves, wishing ourselves to be well and happy, and then we spread out this thought all around us in all the directions. And then we also take up, once after radiating loving kindness, we feel the sense of calm and quietness. Then we think of someone whom we respect, like our parents, mother, father, those who are living, our teachers, our spiritual teachers, relatives, family members, whoever. So then we radiate loving kindness and wish them to be well and happy, free from anger, free from enmity, from hatred and grudges. And then we go on to somebody who is neutral and someone who we do not know so well or even unknown to us, even passerbys in the streets. We wish them all to be well and happy, free from harm, free from dangers. And when we are able to do that, then we take on to somebody who is unfriendly, who is difficult to us, someone with whom we have had quarrels or misunderstanding, or even our enemies. We wish them well. And so this is the graduated step by step, how we cultivate. And there is a meditation, metta bhavana, yeah? How we cultivate this. When we truly cultivate, when our mind and truly saturate our mind with loving kindness, then when we open our eyes, when we move around and see, we see not everybody are happy. There's so many people who are not happy, suffering beings. Then what happens is naturally, because the thought of metta, that all being well and happy, that has been sown in our hearts. So what happens is when we see somebody who is not well, not happy, naturally there will be this thought that may these suffering beings be free from suffering. That is compassion, the arousing of our hearts, the wish for suffering beings to be free from suffering. So you can see here, metta is all encompassing, but compassion, having that kind of empathy and towards those who are less fortunate than us. So we direct and wish them to be well and happy, free from suffering. So like that, we go on developing. Now, when we develop this thought of compassion, then naturally, when we see others suffering, we will start to begin to manifest in our speech and in our body action. That means the kindness that's through consoling others who are in trouble, and to give a helping hand to others, yeah, to alleviate suffering. So that is how. And when we do this, the immediate result, when we see somebody and who has what you call overcome suffering, overcome the problems, and then you rejoice, you naturally feel happy when you see them happy. Yeah. And like there are people, and I remember my first, my first assignment in Singapore. And on the first or second night, I received a call from somebody and who said that he wanted to commit suicide. And actually I was so new, I was so fresh, I did not know what to say to him. So I said, hang on. And I went to, I looked for my teacher's booklets, how to overcome your difficulties. And I said, you call me back tomorrow. And after reading that, then I told him how he can overcome his difficulties. And then I came to know that he has given up the idea of committing suicide, and I felt so happy. So that is natural, what you call benefit, immediate benefit that will arise from compassion. But not everyone will appreciate a helping hand from us. Yeah. And when we try, and those of you who are in this field of service, you will all understand that when you serve others, you are bound to have to receive criticism, blames, accusations, and whatnot. And that is where the other quality of upekka or equanimity would arise. And it is through our compassion, when we serve others, we will begin to learn different, what you call temperaments, different manners of speech. Some people speak in a certain manner, but their heart is very kind, very pure. Yeah. So we must learn how to become more equanimous, and that's how we will continue to help others. Yeah. So these are the 4 qualities. Yeah. Metta, Karuna, Mudita, Upekka. And the Buddha advised his followers to practice this, to develop this quality within, and then to express, to manifest it, express it outwardly in 4 other qualities. They are dana. After one practices metta, karuna, mudita, upekka, then one should manifest this in action. Dana, generosity, sharing what they have with others. Yeah. Of course, there are different kinds of dana. There is what you call amisa dana, giving of material things, food, shelter, clothing, medicine, and so on. There's also abhaya dana. Abhaya dana is actually a giving of confidence and relieving others from fear, especially the fear of losing their lives. So abhaya dana, and one example of abhaya dana is the giving of tissues, blood donation. Yeah, donating blood, and actually donating limbs of the body as well. Tissue donation. This was actually practiced during time of the Buddha, and even before he became a Buddha as Bodhisattva, right? He has given his eyes for the blind. He has given his limbs to others. Yeah, that is abhaya dana. Then, of course, there is Dhamma dana, the gift of truth. Here, when we talk about the truth, we talk about the knowledge how to overcome old age, sickness, and death once and for all. Yeah. So there are these kinds of, after practicing these virtues of metta, karuna, mudita, upekka, one should manifest these qualities into action through dana. Then the second one is actually through and piya vacha. Piya vacha is pleasant, courteous speech, to speak in a polite manner, right? And then atacharya. Atacharya is helpful action. And that is where directly you see that how the compassion conditions our actions to give a helping hand to others. And the 4th quality is samanattata. Samanattata is actually unbiased participation. That means when we are helping others, we do it in an unbiased manner. We don't think that, oh, these people belong to our clan. These people belong to our kampong, we help. Those people are not. These people belong to, yeah. So Samana Tattva is more balanced and what you call unbiased. We help whoever that needs help. Yeah. So these are qualities. Then, so this is what I've done to explain to you is that how we understand Karuna, and from these qualities, Metta, Karuna, Mudita, Upekka. Now, another way to understand Karuna is through Karuna Panya, wisdom and compassion. Because these are qualities, all these qualities are, when we develop one quality, the others naturally arise. When compassion, we develop compassion, then wisdom will begin to arise. When we develop wisdom, compassion will develop. Yeah. The Buddha is an embodiment of great wisdom and compassion. Maha Prajna, Maha Karuna. Now, according to the principle of causality, cause and effect, when this arises, that arises. So when compassion arises, wisdom arises. And when we give a helping hand, we start when we get out of our own homes and go out and reach out to other suffering humanity, then we will begin to see the different manifestations of suffering. When we are just staying at home, just by ourselves, we may suffer, we may see some suffering, but we do not really, we cannot see the extent of suffering. But when we go out and give a helping hand to others, then we will begin to understand what suffering is about, the different manifestation of suffering. Yeah. This is what Buddha mentioned. Buddha defines suffering, dukkha, in terms of jatipi dukkhang, jarapi dukkhang, vyadipi dukkhang, maranampi dukkhang. Buddha first defines suffering in terms of birth. Anyone who helps the midwife center, you know, and will understand how the birth of a child, childbirth is painful, suffering. Yeah. Not only it happens to the mother, but also to the father. Father becomes very anxious also. Yeah. There's the suffering that accompanies birth, jara, decay, old age, sickness, and death. These are physical causes of suffering, physical conditions. Yeah. Then there is mental condition. Yeah. Apyehi sampayoga dukkha. People whom you don't like, things which are unpleasant, conditions that are unpleasant, and yet you have to associate with. That's dukkha, that's suffering. And that is why when we go out, doctors who go out to the villages, deep into the villages, right? The conditions there are not so favorable, yeah. And they can see the dukkha, this thing. They experience the dukkha themselves. Piyehi vipayoga dukkha. People whom you love, things that you like, you have to be separated from. That is dukkha, unsatisfactory. And I have come across one woman in Sarawak when I was there, and she came in a shock just to tell me that she had an accident and all her family members died. Yeah. So it was that I was able to have the kind of empathy, the feeling how much suffering that she's going through. Yeah. So when we begin to see what suffering is about, then we ask ourselves, is there a way out? Is there a way to end the suffering? And in order to end the suffering, we must know the cause. What are the cause? What causes the suffering? And that is what the core teachings of the Buddha on the Four Noble Truths, that there is suffering, there's a cause of suffering, there's the end of suffering, and the way to end suffering. So this constitutes what we call right understanding or wisdom mind. So through compassion, we begin to see what suffering is about, we see the cause, and actually, when we really see the cause, when we see suffering, suffering ceases. When we see the cause, then we see it also cease. Yeah. And that's how the wisdom mind arises. Yeah. Then, and so compassion, as you develop compassion, wisdom will arise. As we develop wisdom, when we begin to see more and more, understand what suffering, cause of suffering is about, and we see that there is a way to end suffering, then naturally the compassion will arise when you see beings who are what you call doing things, not really understanding, so ignorant of their actions, so that natural compassion arises. So this is how wisdom, compassion condition one another. Yeah, and that is the second way of how we can understand compassion in what you call from the Buddhist perspective. Then another way how we understand compassion is actually through understanding compassion through the three schools of Buddhism. There is the Theravada school, Mahayana, and Vajrayana school. Of course, during the time of the Buddha, that was 2,500 years and more ago, there was no Theravada, Mahayana, Vajrayana. There was only Buddha Vachana, yeah, what the Buddha taught. But later, and with time, then there are differences, cultural differences, there are even doctrinal differences. So this is how develop the different schools, Theravada and Mahayana. And Vajrayana grew from Mahayana as well. So today we speak of the three schools of Buddhism. The principle of the virtue of Karuna, compassion, is well explained in the Theravada teachings according to the Pali text, and in a more rational approach. It has a more irrational approach. Yeah. But in the Mahayana teachings, the Mahayana which emphasizes the sunyata approach, the approach of emptiness, and because the Mahayana, Vajrayana, they take the vow, the Bodhicitta vow, the vow to help all sentient beings. Yeah. And because of this vow that they take upon themselves, they have to cultivate further qualities. And in order to be able to help more people, they have to cultivate in such a way that their minds will not be affected by the suffering of others, right? And that is what this practice of sunyata is so important, and to go beyond what you call concepts, yeah? And that's what the Vajrayana, in the Vajrayana teachings, they talk about the pure perception, and they have various means. They're called skillful means or upaya that helps us to go beyond our conceptual thinking. All our conceptual thinking, they are all conditioned by what we have learned, conditioned by what we have experienced. And those thoughts, the conditioned thoughts, they are not truth. Truth goes beyond thoughts, yeah? And so this is where there is this practice of developing, breaking the conceptual, what you call grasping, and going beyond duality, yeah? Now, in the promotion of karuna, compassion, and in Mahayana, they use various images, yeah? And some of you may be what you call familiar with this. And in Chinese Buddhism, wherever there are Chinese, there is no Chinese Buddhism without Kuan Yin, the Bodhisattva, the goddess of mercy, they call Avalokiteshvara, yeah? And Avalokiteshvara is often depicted with many hands. There is one that depicted 1,000 arms, yeah, 1,000 arms. What you are seeing behind me, and there's what you call, there's a photograph up here. This has only 4 arms. This is actually the Tibetan version of Avalokiteshvara. It is Chenrezig, 4 arms. Now, those who are not used to this will ask, why do we need all these so many arms? Actually, if we want to help others, yeah, we need more than 2 hands, yeah. If we want to help many people, we need more than 2 hands. So that is why you find the imagery, all the images, this thing, and there are many hands. But especially in what you call in the painting and in the sculpture of the 1,000-arm Bodhisattva, Avalokiteshvara, you find, if you look carefully at the hand, you will find the symbol of the eye. And that is the eye of wisdom, yeah? So just as you have 1,000 hands, you also have 1,000 eyes of wisdom. The meaning is this: when we want to help others out of compassion, we must make sure that we are also having wisdom. Because if we just use compassion to help others, with all our kindness, we can create a lot of other problems for people. That's why wisdom must be there. And not only that, there are different means, there are different skills. We have to use different means to help different people, because all individuals are at different levels of understanding, different levels of development. We cannot use one method to help everyone. And that is why you find in this Avalokiteshvara, there are also hands holding different instruments. There are different instruments. Right? These are to show that there are different means, different skills, using different skills to help others. So that is what all these images are for. Because we have to understand that 1,000 years ago, right? And we don't have such thing as what you call virtual reality, yeah? So everything must be made in the clay, in porcelain, in that, and that is how the lessons are being taught, yeah? And then, so this is just a little bit, and I have a few more things to talk to you about. Is that, yeah, these, the role of compassion, just now we have heard from the Tan Sri, and that in this time of crisis and post-COVID pandemic, the need how we, through compassion, to reach out to the poor, the needy, yeah, and also compassion plays a very important part with developing communal support groups, yeah, community support, and because they need to have the social enterprise in order to provide immediate assistance to the needy, yeah, and so compassion really plays a part in these things, yeah, and that is why it's so very important, and for Muslims, Buddhists, and not only that, for all other religions also to get together really and to give the helping hand, yeah. And I know I have a little time and you want to have some question. Give me 5 minutes more. I have one story to tell you, yeah, another story. I will conclude with this story. And because Buddhists and Muslims, and there seem to be a big, what you call, gulf between them, because one believes in God and the other doesn't believe in God. Yeah, theistic and non-theistic religion. Yeah. Now, what happened is this: when I was in my early years in Australia, in Sydney, I met up with a Jewish professor. He was a professor in mathematics. And sometimes I will go and visit him. Sometimes he comes and visit me. And then we will have exchange, religious views and discussion. And I talked to him about karma, about cause and effect. And he says, I can accept that. And then he posed one question to me. He said, we believe that God is almighty. God is all-knowing and all-merciful. Do you believe? And he put me in a fix. I kept quiet because I did not want to offend him. Yeah. And very quickly, he asked me another question. He said, if you believe that God is all-knowing, almighty, all-merciful, what are you? Then straight away I realized, I says, I am nothing. Do you understand? If we believe, if we have this strong belief that God is all-knowing, all-merciful, all omnipresent, omnipotent, what are we compared to God? We are nothing. And being a mathematics professor, he said, as dx upon dy approaches 0, those who study calculus will understand, as dx upon dy approaches 0, that means you get infinitesimally small, very, very small. So then I understood that we are on common grounds. Why? Because we pray to Buddha, we worship Buddha. We don't worship the Buddha as idols, as what you call Professor, what you call Imtiyaz, Yusuf very correctly pointed out, yeah? Buddhists do not pray to Buddha, although there are images, although we make offerings to the Buddha images, we do not pray. We are not idol worshippers, as during the time of the ancient city of Petra, where there were what you call, when Prophet Muhammad talked about this worshipping of idols, referring to those who really worship idols in that ancient city of those times. And but in Buddhism, when we pay homage to Buddha, we think of the great qualities. We actually contemplate we say all the qualities, Itipiso, Bhagava, Arahang, Samma, Sambuddho. There are 9 qualities of the Buddha. And we try to live after that ideal. So, just as the Muslims, when they pray to Allah as the Almighty, all merciful, all compassionate, yeah, so they live the values, they live after that values, they become compassionate. Then you get ideal human being, yeah, an ideal human being. And so in Buddhism, when we pray to Buddha, when we ideals, we try to live after the ideals, what the Buddha taught. And what the whole teachings of the Buddha is about what? Is about understanding the true nature of this self. That this self is nothing. Buddha analyzes this self as Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana, the 5 aggregates. There is form, we have a form, Rupa, we have feelings, we have perception, we have mental consciousness, mental formation, we think, we create thoughts, ideas, and we have consciousness. And all these 5 aggregates are constantly in the state of flux. So when we meditate and realize the emptiness of this, that we go beyond self idea. This is what all about. And when we see what spirituality, what true spirituality is about, yeah, is to transcend the ego, transcend the idea of I, my, me, and mine. Yeah. So there can be so many other things. There are differences in the interpretations of whatnot, but really, when we look in the deeper aspect, we will see there is a common ground, yeah, for those amongst the theistic as well as the non-theistic religion, yeah. So this is what I have to share with you all, and now I'm ready. If you have a few questions, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Bante. That was such an inspiring and I feel like wonderful journeys of yours. I am personally touched and feeling somewhat peaceful at this by listening to you speaking. And I feel like I think everyone can share this with me. And I am now so much interested to learn more about mindfulness of the Buddhist tradition. And I hope all of you do too. And most importantly, the concept of loving kindness, of karuna, and the 4 very wholesome virtues, of course. So I see no reason for all of us not to manifest this concept in our daily lives, especially in such upsetting and circumstances today. I feel like this initiative is very timely and fitting for us. So I will be taking questions now from the chat box for you. Let me just go through one by one. The first one I see just now from Alinor Kadir, Venerable Mahinda. Are these 4 principles taught in Paticcasamuppada?
Yes. Paticcasamuppada, dependent origination. What the Buddha realized on the night of his enlightenment under the Bodhi tree in Buddha Gaya, Buddha realized that everything arises dependent on cause and conditions. That when this arises, that arises. When this ceases, that ceases. Now this principle is taught in terms of the 12 links of Paticcasamuppada. And then when we take what you call metta, karuna, mudita, upekkha, when we apply this, in fact, in all the teachings of the Buddha, you will find that there is a common, what you call principle applied, and the common principle is the law of what you call causality, cause effect. So when I explain to you, when I explain about metta, karuna, mudita, upekha, I said metta is the basis, it is the cause. When we cultivate metta, then karuna is the effect. Yeah. Then when we practice karuna as a cause, then the effect is mudita. Mudita is altruistic joy or sympathetic joy, appreciative joy. Yeah, it is the joy. Actually, it is mudita. How to rejoice in the goodness of others, right? How to rejoice in the success of others. When we see people successful, we rejoice with them. Yeah. And this is an antidote for jealousy and envy. Yeah. Just as metta is an antidote for anger, karuna is an antidote for cruelty, very cruel and cunning thoughts. You know, sometimes when people, and when they go to shops, when they go to market, and they are being cheated, right? Sometimes they're only cheated by 10 cents or $1. But in the mind, they can have such very wicked thoughts to wish that the business go bankrupt or something like that. It's a very wicked and what you call cruel thought. Yeah. Now that sort of thought, when we cultivate compassion, that thought will go away. Yeah. So, and then when we cultivate more and more this altruistic joy, mudita, it will condition, eventually it will condition that upekha to arise. So the principle, what the Buddha realized, actually, as taught in the Paticcasamuppada, the underlying principle is the cause and effect causality that you will find also in the metta, karuna, mudita, upekha. Yes? Okay.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, next one is I think from Prof Farida. I wish to inquire on source of guidance in Buddhism. In Islam, it is the Quran and Hadith. Every time we are confused over interpretations, we go back to the two sources and other scholarly debates within the prescriptions of the book. How is it in Buddhism?
In Buddhism, there is a sutta called Kalama Sutta. And because during the time of the Buddha, that is 2,500 years and more ago, there were also different schools of thought, different schools of religious and philosophical thought. Then there will be some teacher will come to the village and says that, my teacher says this, and this is the right teachings and all others are false. And then after some time, another teacher comes, another teacher says, my teacher says this, and this, this is the right one, and all others are false. So this tribe in the what you call in the village of Kesaputta, this tribe is called Kalamas. They were confused what to practice, how to find out what is the right way to pray. Then they approached the Buddha when the Buddha visited them. And here the Buddha gave this sermon, this teaching. When you want to find truths, when you want to really find the truth, we should not just blindly accept simply because it is passed on by tradition from my great-grandfather, my grandfather, simply because of that tradition, the truth may not be there. Yeah. If I had followed the tradition of my great-grandfather, to my grandfather, to my father, to me, I would not become a monk, because the tradition is to continue the worldly, continue my family name. Yeah. Yeah. So the truth is not there. Then simply because it is written in a book, in the scriptures, the truth may also not be there. Simply because it is by speculation, you speculate or hearsay, truth may not be there. So in this Kalama Sutta, what the Buddha said, even I as a Buddha, what I tell you, yeah, don't blindly accept it, but based on your practice, your own realization and experience. And then the Buddha asked this question, what do you think, O Kalama? Is greed good? Then they say, no, it's not good. Then Buddha said, avoid it. Then the Buddha asked the question, is hatred good? They say, no. Then Buddha says, avoid that. Is delusion good? No. So avoid it. Then the Buddha asks the other set of questions. Is generosity good? They say yes. So practice that. Is loving kindness good? It's good. Practice that. Is wisdom good? Practice that. So this became what you call greed, hatred, delusion. These are the roots of all negative actions. Then generosity, loving kindness, wisdom. These are the roots of all the wholesome and skillful actions. Yeah. So this is the criteria of acceptance and rejection. Yeah. We need to practice and realize it for ourselves. Because now, you know, we live in a time where there are vast differences of thoughts. All religions face this problem. Yeah, interpretation, different masters, different things have different interpretations. That is why when I was in Thailand, I met some masters in the, what you call, in the forest. Yeah, and then they asked me, where are you from? What do you study? So I told them I studied in Sri Lanka and so on. Then you know what they told me? When they say, you want to develop your mind and stop reading and no need to study, just become practicing. Then they gave me that Buddha, 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 just think of the Buddha, 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 Buddha. Yeah. And for 7 years, I stopped reading. Yeah. I was only just looking my own mind, Buddha, 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 and just observing what's happening. Mindfulness, mindfully. Then I begin to understand what this mindfulness is about. The practice of mindfulness is actually to bring all our conceptual knowledge into what you call experiential knowledge. Yeah. So that is how. And what you call when we want to accept acceptance and rejection based on this basis, eventually we have to test it for ourselves and we verify ourselves. Yeah. But having said that, we must realize that our life is limited. We cannot test everything by ourselves. So that is why we need to connect ourselves with authentic masters, authentic teachers. They are great masters and teachers. Whether it be in Buddhist, there are what you call, I have met great seers, yeah, and even when I was young, right, and I would visit what you call a mosque, and I see my mother would take me to those women who can see things, yeah, and in Bintang 12, and that is how she says, this child of yours will become a Chegu. So I thought I'll become a school teacher, yeah. So there are great seers in all there are mystic traditions everywhere, yeah. And this is why we have, there are certain virtues, certain qualities. If we really put that quality into practice, we will realize, we will transcend the conceptual understanding. Yes. Okay. Next one.
Okay. Okay, we'll go through a few, I think a couple, or one more question because we're stopping at 11:30.
No problem. I'm okay. If you, yeah.
Yeah.
If you're okay. Yeah.
Okay, we'll have one more.
Okay.
Okay, it's from Tansri Zol. How do we explain the violence advocated by some Buddhist monks in Myanmar?
You know, this is what, when I read Professor Dr. Imtiyaz, what you call Yusuf's book, yeah, there is today a rise of what you call religious nationalism. So you must pose this question to Imtiyaz. Yeah, it is a rise of, it is not what the Buddha taught. Yeah,
okay.
What I gave you, what I mentioned to you, the mission, the Buddha's mission was based on compassion. There's no such thing as violence. Yeah. And, but today we are living in a time, yeah, and whereby people are making use of religion, right? For the sake of what? For the sake of fame, okay, for power, yeah. And this is what it has corrupted. It has really corrupted the, what you call, the sacred teachings of great masters and teachers. Yeah. So this is where I hope that what the effort of Professor Imtiyaz Yusuf will bridge. That's why we need to bridge this gap and between Islam and Buddhism, and because it's so correctly what you call Professor has mentioned, that we live in this part of the world in what you call ASEAN countries, where we have 42% of Muslims and 40% of Buddhists. Okay, yeah. So okay, it is so important for us to understand. Yeah, of course. Yeah, and through understanding, and through this kind of understanding, then we'll be able to move forward and to in peace, in harmony and stability. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, inshallah. Together, us with our different religious backgrounds, we can do that, inshallah. Okay, we do have so many questions, interesting questions, but we don't have time for that. Maybe we can, look forward to another meeting like this with these questions, or you answer these questions. Okay.
I will write.
Okay.
I will write and I will post you.
Yeah, sure. Why not? Okay. Thank you so much, Nambante. So can we move on to the next session, to our first session of our webinar?
Thank you. Thank you all so much. Thank you, professors. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, that was very insightful from Bante Mahinda. So now I would like to welcome Professor Datuk Sri Dr. Zaleha bin Kamaruddin to start off the first session. Datuk Sri, are you there? Welcome our moderator first.
Dia jadi tak nampak dia.
Tak nampak.
Ada. Dia tak nampak dia sini.
Yes. Dia tak ada army. Kita
Can we have Datuk Sri now? Oh, okay. Oh, she's there. You can unmute your microphone, please. Your microphone, Dato Sri.
We can't see her face. Can Muzammil regulate, please? Yes, Dato Sri. Yeah.
You need to unmute your mic, Prof.
Your microphone. Okay, let's just give Dato Sri a few minutes.
Professor Zaleha, you need to unmute yourself and start the session. We cannot hear you.
I hope everyone's still here. Can we just give Dato a few more minutes to get through her microphone? She has some problem with her microphone, I believe. In the meantime, we do have a lot of questions, interesting questions and discussions over at the chat box and recommendations also.
Maybe you can read them.
Okay. Okay, we're on now. Okay.
Okay.
Let's have Dato Sri now.
Sorry.
Okay, no problem.
Internet is a little bit unstable here in Gombak. However, thank you very much and for your patience as well. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good afternoon. Welcome to session 1, of which we will discuss on Rahmah and Karuna, compassion in Islam and Buddhism. We have 2 experienced speakers on board, one by Professor Emeritus Dato Osman Bakar. He will speak on Malay spiritual history from Karuna to Rahmah. Let me welcome Prof Osman Bakar, who is the current shareholder of Al-Ghazali, Chair of Epistemology and Civilizational Studies and Renewal at ISTAC, International Islamic University, Malaysia. And he's also an Emeritus Professor of Philosophy of Science at University of Malaya. He was formerly Distinguished Professor at Sultan Omar Ali Saifuddin Center for Islamic Studies, University Brunei Darussalam, and Malaysia Chair of Southeast Asian Islam at the Prince Talal Al Walid Center for Muslim Christian Understanding, Georgetown University, Washington, D.C. Dr. Osman is author and editor of 40 books and numerous articles on various aspects of Islamic thought and civilization, particularly Islamic science and philosophy. He is an intellectual activist in interreligious dialogues since 1975. That makes about 45 years. And he has been named among the 500 most influential Muslims in the world since 2009. His best-selling book is Classification of Knowledge in Islam, first published in 1992, and which has been translated into several languages. His latest book is Colonialism in the Malay Archipelago, Civilizational Encounters, edited in 2020. Although I wish to say a little bit of on the topic, but because of time constraint and the time wasted just now because of technicalities, I would like to welcome Prof. Osman Bakar. The floor is yours, Prof. Please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning. Selamat pagi. Thank you, Professor Datuk Sri Zaleha, for your kind introduction. Dear respected Matters Professor Tan Sri Zulkifli, Rector of IIUM, Dr. Professor Thameem, Ushama, the Dean of ISTAC, Dr. Imtiyaz, the convener of this important event, our keynote speaker, respected Mr. Bante Mahinda, and all the distinguished participants. The topic that you have before you is Malay spiritual history, from Karuna to Rahmah. Actually, this was not the topic that was given to me by Professor Imtiyaz. He gave me a different title, the Islamic perspectives on Rahmah. But I told him I would like to change the topic because we are in Malaysia. The majority of the population of this country are the Malays who are now Muslims, but some time ago they were many of the Malays were followers of Buddhism. So I would not like to give the idea to people to get the idea that Buddhism is something new to Malay history. That is only now that the Malays encountered Buddhism in its various schools. So I thought I want to talk about Malay spiritual history. Since when was Karuna in the mind of the Malays? Yeah? And in the language, in the Malay language, what sort of history the word underwent as the word Karuna entered the Malay language? Of course, this is what I'm going to talk about. Now, the first encounter between the Malays and Buddhism occurred more than 2 millennia ago. More precise, 2,300 years ago. So the arrival of Buddhism in Malay archipelago was much earlier than the arrival of Buddhism in China, right? So Many Malays today do not know this. Many Chinese, Malaysians of Chinese origin, ethnic Chinese, they do not know this. And many Indians whose ancestors came from the place where Buddha was born, where Buddhism was born, also did not know, which is too bad. I think this situation needs to change. Yeah? That's why I think the subject of encounter between the Malays and Buddhism in history, Malay history, that is important. Of course, I mean, there are not many materials for us, to understand what happened in the past, but there's been the contribution of the Chinese historian, for example, It Sing, who went to study in Sriwijaya. So there's a book written, for example, Sejarah Palembang, History of Palembang, because Palembang was the base of the Buddhist kingdom in Sriwijaya. All right. So Buddhism, and in the case of the Malay Peninsula, I was in Semenanjung, Malaysia today, plus the certain parts of Thailand. So Buddhism first spread in the Malay Peninsula in the 3rd century, before the Common Era, right? There are textual references, evidence about this, about the arrival of the first few Buddhist monks to the region. Then thanks to archaeology, so we know from the archaeological evidence in the Bujang Valley in Kedah, so Buddhism, the existence of Buddhist kingdom as early as the 2nd century. And what we know about the Sriwijaya Empire in Sumatra, in southern Sumatra, is Palembang, the state religion was Buddhism, right? And it is said that the state religion is Buddhism of the Mahayana school. That empire held sway in the greater part of the Malay archipelago, especially from the 7th to 12th centuries. Now, since the Malays were followers of Hinduism and Buddhism for a very long time, and we are talking here of more than 10 centuries, the word Karuna must have been very familiar to them, right? I mean, unthinkable, you have Buddhism as state religion. Sriwijaya was a great center of Buddhist learning. People from China and other parts of the world came to study Buddhism. So it's unthinkable that the word Karuna, or its variation in the Malay tongue, not familiar to them. What more, we are talking about a term, we are considering the fact that in Pali and Sanskrit languages, the word Karuna connotes a fundamental concept in Hindu Buddhist theology or philosophy. It's very, very fundamental concept. It's not just like a loan word from physics or history. This is a fundamental concept. Now, as has been explained earlier by Professor, or rather Mr. Nyaninda, Karuna is generally understood to mean compassion. It is a concept used in the spiritual paths of Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism. Now, it is a well-known fact that many Pali and Sanskrit words entered the Malay language. A significant portion of the Malay vocabulary comprises loan words from Sanskrit. According to some estimates, up to 30% of the current Malay language or loan words from Sanskrit. But it is important to observe this. In stating this fact, we need to keep in mind this very important point. When a language, any language, when a language adopts foreign words to become part of its vocabulary, quite often, it modifies them. That receiving language modifies those words in pronunciation and spelling to suit the native tongue. This is common. It's something common, but that's important. In other words, you cannot expect, yes, Karuna came and entered the Malay language, but the Malay is going to pronounce it forever as Karuna. So Karuna has its own history in the Malay language. Maybe the modification is not immediate, but quite often, after some time has elapsed in its usage. Could be quite soon after it entered the language. Now, Karuna is one of the important Pali and Sanskrit words that entered the old Malay language, Melayu kuno. When and how the word Karuna found its way into Malay language, we know little. We don't know. Maybe some of you know. I would like to learn. Yeah? But as far as I know, we do not know exactly when the word Karuna entered the language and how, meanings through which channels. So anyway, this is a good field of study to undertake for historians, by scholars of Malay civilization. But it is safe to say that the word entered the Malay language as early as the second half of the 3rd century before the Common Era, during the reign of Emperor Ashoka. That was in the 3rd century. Ashoka was known to have sent Buddhist monks to various parts of Southeast Asia to spread Buddhism, because Ashoka was known as someone who promoted the spread of Buddhism. So the entry of Karuna into Malay language could either have been directly from Pali, the language closest language, as we were told just now by Mr. Mahinda, the language closest language spoken by the Buddha. And certainly it was the liturgy language of early Buddhism, or it could also be indirectly from Thameem that accepted the word earlier. Right? These are different possibilities. What we know for sure is that the word karunia, not karuna, I'm talking about the word karunia. The younger generation do not know. I came from that generation when I was when I was young. I was exposed to this word karunia, based on my own personal experience, reading the old Jawi, for example. What we know for sure is that the word karunia was spoken and written in the old Malay for centuries before the coming of Islam. The script, of course, the script was the Pallava script, one of the scripts from India. So before the coming of Islam. But even after the coming of Islam, established, the word karunia continued. It was found in the Jawi script. Right? So if the entry into the old Malay was directly from Sanskrit, then the word karuna somehow was transformed by the Malay tongue into karunia. If the entry was through Tamil, then the newly crafted Malay word karunia must have been derived from the Tamil word. Even in Tamil, it was not karuna, it was karune. And of course, the way the Indians speak, the Tamil speak, it could be karunai, karune, and then it's some sort of kind of interesting to know how it becomes karunia. From karune, how it becomes karunia. All right. The Tamil tongue itself had domesticated the Sanskrit word karuna as karune. And the Tamil karune means clemency, grace, favor, compassion, and tenderness. Very, very interesting, because this is perhaps much closer to the word rahmah, in terms of its range of meaning. So what is important to be noted is that regardless of its channel of entry into the Malay language, the word Karuna had undergone linguistic transformation to become Karunia and later on Kurnia. So the modern Malay is Kurnia, not Karunia. Ya, di lempah kurnia. Kita bersyukur kepada Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala dengan izinnya dan lempah kurnianya. I would say this same words when I was young as an activist. Before my talk, I would bersyukur kepada Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala atas izin dengan izinnya dan lempah kurnianya. Of course, they're referring to that the Islamic idea of the overflow, yeah? The overflow, the infinite rahmah, the infinite kurnia from Allah. Now, more important from the point of view of present discussion is the issue of whether or not linguistic transformation has been accompanied by any significant change in the conception or semantic field of Karuna. That is more important. Rather than the spelling, the pronunciation, yeah? All right. Yeah. That's the idea of Karuna, the conception of Karuna. Did it undergo any fundamental change, or just in terms of statistic, in terms of the pronunciation and so on? I think that would be more important to study the reception of Buddhism among the Malays, whether the Malays change the semantic meaning of the word Karuna. Now, this is what in the little knowledge that I have, all right? The semantic field of the Malay Buddhist, I'm talking about the Malay Buddhist, right? That's why Malay-Buddhist. I'm talking about the Malay who has embraced the Buddhist worldview, who embraced the Buddhist religion. Yeah? The semantic field of the Malay Buddhist Karunia, that was Karunia initially, did not differ much. That's certainly not in terms of the core meaning, but of course, at the level of details, yes, there was. So it did not differ much from Karuna. The core meaning of Karuna seems to have been preserved in the new Malay word Karunia. Well, to think of it, Srivijaya as the center of Buddhist philosophy must have played an important role in defining and preserving the original semantic field of Karunia, at least for a number of centuries, if not throughout the history of Buddhism in the Malay world. Now, if there were variations in the Malay Buddhist understanding of Karunia, well, this is understandable. These were mere reflections of the philosophical differences between the schools of Buddhism among the Malay followers. So even, for example, between Theravada and Mahayana Buddhism, Karunia is not understood or is not emphasized to the same extent. Yeah? In other words, the two major branches of Buddhism, Theravada and Mahayana, did not have exactly the same semantic field of Karunia. Mr. Nyaninda mentioned in the case of, in his presentation, as one of the four, yeah? It's kind of one of the four, what do you call, he used the word, the four realms of sublime realms. In other words, one of the four. Whereas in the case of the Mahayana, central. In other words, the centrality of Karuna in the two branches is not exactly the same. What more when it comes to be understood by the Malays. Now, it is said that the dominant form of Buddhism in Sumatra was of the Mahayana school, while in Java, it was Theravada Buddhism. Well, as certainly historians of the Malay will be interested to study more about this, to examine this claim, right? In Mahayana Buddhism, with all due respect to Mr. Mahinda, I may be interpreting things not exactly the same as you presented. In Mahayana Buddhism, as I understand it, there is the marriage of wisdom, body, with compassion, karuna. The spiritual model is the bodhisattva who embodies karuna. The bodhisattva who embodies karuna. Now, what happened when it came to be adopted by the Malays? The Malay version of this model, the model of the bodhisattva who embodies karuna, he would be the Buddhiman. In Bodhiman, in Sanskrit, Buddhiman. Now, as this word was understood originally, not as understood by the Malays now, not as understood by the Malays word Buddhiman, but Buddhiman as originally understood. What was the original meaning of Buddhiman? The wise and kind man. Now, the wise is removed, just remain the kind. All right. So, but originally it was a perfect marriage between the wise and the kind. In other words, wisdom and kindness. In other words, the Malay version of the marriage of wisdom and karunia. Right. Generosity. It was. When we say kurniaan Tuhan, that's God's generosity. Normally, kurniaan Tuhan. The God's generosity. I'll tell you later about when you use the word Rahmah, where does that fit in? So related to this particular understanding of karunia is bhakti, the Malay bhakti. The Malay bhakti is an expression, which means, what is bhakti? You say in Malay now, bhakti means devotion and service to others. Kita mesti berbakti. Berbakti kepada rakyat, berbakti kepada macam-macam lah, berbakti. Alright? So, of course, originally Sanskrit word, bhakti, which is an instance of karunia. In Theravada Buddhism, the ideal is slightly differently emphasized, all right? The ideal is the marriage of wisdom. The wisdom is there, the body is there. But meditation and asceticism. This is my overview of Theravada Buddhism. All right, the marriage of wisdom and meditation and asceticism. You know what? The emphasis on meditation and asceticism is greater in Theravada Buddhism than in Mahayana Buddhism. So, and asceticism is of course tapa. Tapa. That's what the Malay bertapa. Pertapaan, that's asceticism, all right. It is the Malay word that embodies the idea of meditation. Yeah? So you say you want to do meditation inside a cave, bertapa dalam gua, bertapa. The spiritual model here is the Arahat, again mentioned by Mr. Nyaninda, all right? The spiritual model is the Arahat, the perfected disciple who strives on his own for nirvana. Strives on his own for nirvana. Karuna is thus not central to Theravada Buddhism in the way it is central to Mahayana. So in this school, Karuna is one of the four Brahmavihara, the sublime realms. The other three being loving kindness, sympathy, and equanimity. So in other words, the semantic field of Karuna had been narrowed down if compared to the Mahayana. So the domain of Karuna, in the case of the Malay, therefore, the domain of Karuna and thus of Karunia had been reduced to special blessing for a limited number of people. The individualist spiritualism of Theravada Buddhism found affinity with the old Javanese mysticism, as symbolized by pertapaan. So it makes sense if the dominant school of Buddhism in Java was Theravada Buddhism, and it goes. I mean, in other words, it is in conformity with what I'm saying here. But a new chapter in Malay spiritual history began with the arrival of Islam in the Malay archipelago in the 12th century. The encounter between Malay Buddhism and the newly arriving Islam is little known to us. But the little that we know about this past can be of great help to our effort to imagine what could have happened in that encounter. I have in mind the possibility, the plausibility of a kind of spiritual dialogue taking place between Buddhist monks and those on the spiritual path of Bodhisattva on one side, and the Sufi missionaries on the other, who included traders, because at that time, during that period of time, I'm talking about 12th century, 13th century, all right, many of the missionaries were Sufis come traders. That's what happened to in the Malay part of the world. We say trade and Sufism were the two main factors that helped spread Islam in this part of the world. But that Sufism and that trade, the trading qualification were combined in one person, because there were many traders who were also Sufis. In order to appreciate this statement, we must know what was going on in other parts of the Muslim world. The history of 13th century Islam, what happened? Yeah? There was also the time when Sufi guilds were already established. Right? Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Because I didn't see.
Yes,
Prof.
Yeah. Now, so I'm taking the spiritual dialogue was taking place between the Buddhist monks and spiritual masters on one side, and then and the Sufis. All right. Historians have emphasized that, of course, historians of the region have emphasized that Sufi missionaries played an important role in spreading Islam among the Malays. This observation on the role of Sufism is important to be noted because there is good reason to believe that the incoming Sufis had conducted spiritual dialogues with their Buddhist counterparts. Now, Professor Said Muhammad Naqib An-Atas, in his book titled Some Aspects of Sufism as Understood and Practiced Among the Malays, published in 1963, alluded to this spiritual encounter. He alluded to this spiritual encounter when he said that on a number of issues, the Sufis and Buddhist spiritualists, I quote, see eye to eye. It's very important. See eye to eye. I would add, in other words, he said on a number of issues. So I would add that among these issues were the meaning of meditation and compassion. All right, meditation here it includes in just what is called pertapaan, but the Islamic term was khalwah, meditation, khalwah, pertapa khalwah. At the time, of course, the meaning of khalwah is different. Now this has already profanized the meaning of khalwah, yeah? Intimacy with your unmarried partner, but we are talking here about intimacy with God. Now, Sufis would be at ease having conversations with Theravada Buddhist monks and aspirants of nirvana on the subject of asceticism and meditation. Nor would they have any problem dialoguing with Mahayana Buddhist seekers in the path of Bodhisattva and the realization of Karuna or Karunia. Why I'm saying this? Because in Islam, the Sufis happen to be the most knowledgeable in these subjects. So in their encounter with the Malay concept of Karunia, the Muslim missionaries apparently did not see anything contradictory to Islamic teachings. This explains the fact why the word Karunia was not discarded, even when Islam became the majority religion. The word Karunia was retained, but the word Rahmah was added. In other the way it's expressed, Rahmat dan Kurnia, dan Karunia. Rahmat dan Karunia. This is a common way of Malays in their history when they, in other words, they borrowed words. One example, they were exposed to different spiritual teachings. Sometimes they combine. They say Amal Bhakti. So Amal Bhakti became a Malay expression. So you have there two words, Amal Bhakti. But Amal is from Arabic. Yeah. So you know, because when the Malays became Muslim, they did not find anything wrong with the word Bhakti, but just to emphasize the continuity between the past and the new, they put hyphen, Amal Bhakti, or Akal Buddhi also. Yeah? So in other words, the idea of Buddhi as a meaning of enlightenment, wisdom was accepted. But then they feel that the word Akal, in a sense, perhaps more, more comprehensive, but they put the Akal Buddhi. Now, to say that Malay Buddhist concept of Karuna was not opposed to Islamic teaching does not mean that Buddhist and Islamic teachings teachings on compassion are the same. No, yeah, it's not. Islam would argue that its word Rahman conveys a wider semantic field, than the old word Karunia. Yeah. So in other, the coming of Islam broadened the semantic meaning, the semantic field of compassion. I think that's been Islam. Now, and then of course I can go on to also a little to say a few words about this. Now, so in Islam, of course, Rahmah is central. Rahmah as meaning mercy. In fact, it's this comprehensive word in my program with this is Holiness Dalai Lama. I said, I mean, the word Rahmah has two sides. Yeah, you have to talk about the divine Rahmah, and the human Rahmah. All right, or Rahmah, in a sense, one is the meaning of as kind of gifts, kind of free gift. God as Ar-Rahman, as the all-merciful Rahman. All right. In other words, God gave that compassion, that mercy, that grace to all creatures, no exception. So this is kind of the one type of Rahmah. So God shows His mercy to all creatures, regardless of whether they deserve it or not. But then the other one is a Rahim. That is a saving mercy. There's another form of Rahmah. In the sense that you do good, God is kind of obliged to pay you back, but always in proportions on a scale beyond what you deserve, right? So this is the metaphysical meaning of the two attributes of God, Ar-Rahman and Rahim. But then because of, so what I'm saying here now, then the Islamic idea of compassion, Rahmah, is broader than the Buddhist conception of Karuna on two accounts. The first account is on the foundation of compassion. Just now, I think Dr. Alino asked about this meta Karuna. Yes, it's implied. This implied in the teachings of Buddha, but it was not made explicit as in the Islamic case. So when Islam wanted to refine the Karuna, we want to go to Metta Karuna, going to the foundation of compassion. That's to make clear the divinity, the most merciful, and the most merciful, the most compassionate, which is not human. Right? Now, the other one in terms of the broadening that is the practice of compassion, the howness, the practice of compassion. Of course, I mean, the whole life of Buddha is a source of knowledge for Buddhists about that. But in Islam, we would say that, all right, the practice of compassion is provided in details by the Sharia, which means the Sunnah of the Prophet. Yeah. So that the idea of in terms of details, yeah, in terms of details, made explicit, not as a matter to be thought by the future scholars of that religion. So, and another thing that I want to say, I know how many minutes more? Can I have a few minutes more? Hello?
Extend to 2 more minutes, Prof.
Okay, just need to make this a very, very important thing, because I want to show that where now the difference, not contradiction. No, there's no contradiction between the Buddhist Karuna and Rahmah, right, in terms of the scope. All right. So while we talk about this divine Rahmah and the human Rahmah, and when we talk about the Prophet as the Rahmatan lil Alamin, mercy to mankind, that would correspond precisely to also to the Bodhisattva, the Logos, what I call the Logos now. Yeah, the Buddha as Logos, Prophet Muhammad as Logos, because there is an area, a region that is situated between the divine and the purely creature, the human, and that's called in religious studies, that is called Logos. So in other words, that Logos also can be considered as the one level of Metta Karuna, the Metta Karuna or the Metta Rahmah. All right. Now, perhaps for some people, including our Buddhist friends, yeah, okay, because they want to make comparison between Prophet Muhammad and the Buddha. All right, the Buddha did not fight wars. In the case of Prophet Muhammad, has to fight wars. But this is only is question of here the channels of mercy. Each spiritual teacher, each prophet, each great spiritual leader, all right, they have to express their compassion through various ways and means. In the case of the Prophet Muhammad, yes, it is true that he fought several wars in defense, yeah, in means of defense, not aggression, but in terms of defense. I would explain that mercy and compassion can be expressed, can be manifested, not only during in peacetime, in peace, but also in war. Here's the question now, the question of the channels of grace, the channels of compassion can vary from one prophet to another, but it is possible because there were prophets who were also rulers, who were also kings. They had to fight wars, but they did not lack. That doesn't make them any less, compassionate. It is precisely because compassion can be expressed also during war. And I would assert that it is even more difficult to express mercy, to show mercy, to display mercy and compassion in times of war. But that's what Prophet Muhammad did. When he conquered Mecca, he forgave all his enemies. He forgave all his enemies. He forgave all those people who persecuted him, right? And declared these people were now his brothers and sisters. So that was showing compassion, not during peacetime, but during wartime, when you are in a state of anger fighting, it's more difficult to display compassion and mercy. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullah.
Thank you, Prof. Osman. Alhamdulillah, mashallah, good explanation. I guess it's a learning curve for all of us, or for me at least. We are learning about the meaning of karuna and the semantic meaning of karuna, which is related to karunia, and its relation to rahmah in Islam. I enjoyed the whole discussion. I guess Prof. Imtiyaz will be unhappy with me because I have extended more than half an hour to Prof. Osman. But I guess with his kindness, Prof. Imtiyaz, it is possible for us to extend with your permission.
Sure. Yeah, you can go ahead.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Yeah, presentation by Venerable Nyaninda. I will read a summary of his CV, a brief CV, which he had divided into two. One on his monk life, where he was ordained by Saddam Maramsi. Sayadaw Ukundala. I'm reading it slowly. Yeah, Bim Bamsa, which is the international renowned teacher in the Mahasi meditation method in 2004. He practiced meditation in Bodh India, which is the holy site of enlightenment of Buddha, for 8 months from 2004 to 2005. He practiced the Mahasi meditation method under Sayadaw Ekundala Vinyamsa in 2005 and practiced the meditation method according to the science of Buddhism and the path of purification, which is a famous commentary on the meditation practice of Buddhism. Under the international renowned teacher Pa-Auk Sayadaw in the Pa-Auk Forest Monastery in Myanmar from 2006 to 2008, Pa-Auk was awarded most highly respected meditation teacher by the Myanmar government. He continued his study in the Buddhist monastic code of conduct in Pa-Auk Forest Monastery, Myanmar from 2006 to 2008. He later continued to practice meditation under various European meditation teachers in Medavihara Forest Monastery in Germany in 2008 and taught Buddhist meditation in Malaysia and Taiwan from 2009 to 2012. I could go on and on and on, but it seems that his profile is very, very extensive to the point that the last part of it, he has conducted research on various perspectives of ancient wisdom according to the system of listening, contemplating, and meditating from 2012 until the present moment. I wouldn't want to say much about his layman life, but basically the summary of it, he studied electrical engineering from Sydney, Australia, way back in 1992. So without further ado, may I kindly invite Venerable Nyaninda to present his ideas on Karuna from Buddhist perspective. Please.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Datuk Sri Dr. Zaleha, respected Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, respected Professor Dr. Thameem Ushama, respected Venerable Mahinda Mahathira, respected Professor Imtiyaz Yusuf, respected Professor Emeritus Datuk Dr. Osman Bakar, and respected audiences. Salam sejahtera and a very good afternoon to all of you. What is Buddhist Karuna? One way to describe Buddhist Karuna is using the term empathy. Okay, to move towards Karuna, to move towards empathy, we often firstly have to start with sympathy. But if we contrast the terms between empathy and sympathy, we will get closer towards Karuna. Empathy is a term we use for ability to understand other people's feeling as if we were having them ourselves. It's like being there for the person, the presence, the feeling of interconnectedness. Sympathy refers to the ability to take part in someone else's feelings, mostly feeling sorrowful about their misfortunes, but usually lost together in sorrow with that person. So that's of no help. Or looking down, as in, I'm in a better position, you are very pitiful. So that is sympathy. To illustrate the difference between the Buddhist Karuna of empathy and sympathy, I would like to show a very, very short video. You all can see the screen, I hope. Yeah, okay. Oh, can you hear a voice? Sorry.
No, there's no voice.
No voice. Okay, I've got this. Can you hear now?
Yeah, we can hear now.
Why is it very different than sympathy? Empathy fuels connection. Sympathy drives disconnection. Empathy, it's very interesting. Teresa Wiseman is a nursing scholar who studied professions, very diverse professions where empathy is relevant, and came up with 4 qualities of empathy. Perspective taking, the ability to take the perspective of another person or recognize their perspective as their truth. Staying out of judgment, not easy when you enjoy it as much as most of us do. Recognizing emotion in other people and then communicating that. Empathy is feeling with people. And to me, I always think of empathy as this kind of sacred space when someone's kind of in a deep hole and they shout out from the bottom and they say, I'm stuck, it's dark, I'm overwhelmed. And then we look and we say, hey, I'm down. I know what it's like down here. And you're not alone. Sympathy is, ooh, it's bad, no, you want a sandwich? Empathy is a choice, and it's a vulnerable choice, because in order to connect with you, I have to connect with something in myself that knows that feeling. Rarely, if ever, does an empathic response begin with at least. I had it, yeah. And we do it all the time. Because you know what? Someone just shared something with us that's incredibly painful, and we're trying to silver lining it. I don't think that's a verb, but I'm using it as one. We're trying to put the silver lining around it. So I had a miscarriage. At least you know you can get pregnant. I think my marriage is falling apart. At least you have a marriage. John's getting kicked out of school. At least Sarah is an A student. But one of the things we do sometimes in the face of very difficult conversations is we try to make things better. If I share something with you that's very difficult, I'd rather you say, I don't even know what to say right now, I'm just so glad you told me. Because the truth is, rarely can a response make something better. What makes something better is connection.
Yes, please.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so I hope the sound wasn't too good, but I hope you can get an idea. Empathy is being there with the person, not necessarily doing anything. The important thing is the presence. So actually, just silently listening to others without any judgment at all, to me, is a great compassionate act to help other people. It's a very simple act of compassion, but a very important act. Not many people in this world knows how to listen. If you know how to listen, there would be much, much less miscommunication in the world, and hence less quarrels and wars in the world. In our modern society, we are so fast to blame others instead of trying to listen and be curious to understand where others come from. Why do they do that? Songsar Rinpoche, a renowned Buddhist teacher, used to say that normally there is only miscommunication among humans. The only time there's communication is when our miscommunication get miscommunicated. Then only we have real communication in this world. So also, according to Professor Gay Hendricks from University of Colorado and Stanford University, who is an expert on relationship, most of the relationship breakup are due to not enough listening. I would like to add that listening here includes listening to ourselves, our feelings, and our body sensations. If we are more aware of our feelings and body sensations, we will be more sensitive to our innate wisdom and compassion that's already there. This is also compassion to ourselves and towards others. And mindfulness and awareness is a very big subject in Buddhism. Basically, when you have karuna, you are there for others. You are one with them. You might not do anything, you might not say anything, but your presence is what counts. Karuna can be defined as what makes the hearts quiver, the hearts move when others are subject to suffering, or that which dissipates the suffering of others. It's not only restricted to co-religionists or co-nationals, or even to human beings alone. Limited compassion is not true compassion. Karuna is actually compassion without any religious, nationals, ethnic bias. Karuna does not just merely consist of shedding tears and something like this. For the indirect enemy in Buddhism, for Karuna, is passionate grief. So if you are suffering together with the victim, you are not helping the victim at all. So that's in Buddhism, that's an indirect enemy of Karuna. Of course, the direct enemy of Karuna is cruelty. And as mentioned by Venerable Mahinda, I would like to touch on this again also. Buddhist Karuna is an inseparable part of 4 divine emotions. It's sometimes called sublime emotions or sometimes called divine emotions, which, like Venerable Mahinda has said, consists of metta, which is sometimes translated as loving kindness, loving friendliness, or sometimes even universal benevolence, the goodness that we have. Karuna, as translated as compassion, mudita, sympathetic joy, or sometimes as selfless happiness. And I think selfless happiness is an important point. And upeka as equanimity. These 4 emotions are frequently encouraged by the Buddha for us to constantly dwell on. And these 4 are interrelated. Karuna is an expansion of metta. Metta grows into karuna. In karuna, we don't distinguish between ourselves and others. Others are as important as ourselves. So what happens is, if we start with metta, we have this about metta is about how much we have this caring connection with others. It's about our caring connection with all different human beings. And when you have this caring connection, we start to lose our selfishness. Karuna goes deeper. It's how deeply we are interested in the welfare of other beings. So in Karuna, that selfishness which started to disappear, now disappears. Just like when a river flows into the ocean, it loses its identity. It becomes the water of the ocean instead. There's no more river. So in the same way, when Karuna appears, the self disappears. And the disappearing self means that all unhappiness disappears because all our unhappiness is self-centered. I don't have this, I don't have that, I hate this, I hate that. All these are self-centered thinking that causes unhappiness. So when you loses these differences between me and others, and you have this interconnectedness, the mudita or the selfless happiness arises. This self-centered thinking of I don't have this, I don't have that, is becoming more prominent in the current polarized world where leaders are fanning sectarianism, extremism, radicalism, and hatred among humans. And it's a cause of destruction in the world. So it's important for us to go back to understand these four divine or sublime emotions. When, like I say, when this unhappiness of self-centered disappear, happiness of selflessness appears. So this is called mudita or third divine emotion. And all these three emotions are calm and tranquil emotions. When the mind is calm and tranquil, nothing can disturb the mind. With this perfect tranquility, there is upeka, the equanimity, the fourth and the last divine emotions. If we constantly dwell in these four divine emotions, which is basically four facades of the same thing, we will be a great citizen to the world. And if everyone dwells only in these four emotions, I can guarantee say that there will be no quarrel in the world and no war in the world. We would definitely have a truly peaceful and happy world. Although we call these four emotions divine emotions, but actually they're inborn in us. They are innate emotions. They are not something out there that we need to get or create. Why? Look at babies. They're naturally happy, kind, and compassionate. I don't think you ever find a baby that's depressed, angry, and cruel. As babies grow up, they start to be corrupted by the environment around them. And slowly, they are conditioned by the environment around them. Hence, it is vital to me to help babies grow up to maintain these natural divine emotions in them. This, I feel that educators and parents play a very important role to continue to nurture these four divine emotions in each and every student. And research done by Professor Richard Davidson from University of Wisconsin Madison had shown that truly these emotions are inborn in human. His research showed that an infant would choose warmth and compassion rather than cruelty. And his research has proven this. His research also shows that our brain has the neuroplasticity to be easily and quickly refamiliarized with these emotions or to be reminded of who we naturally are. So if you lose it, it's not a problem. You can always get it back because we are programmed to get it back. The main reason why it's so easy to be reprogrammed is it feels good to have loving kindness. It feels good to have compassion. It feels good to have selfless happiness. It feels good to be equanimous. So to be in these four divine emotions, it's a win-win situation. So I feel that next time, if we meet cruel and difficult people, I hope we have the compassion to remind these people that they have this innate natural compassion in themselves. Professor Davidson's intensive research with many Buddhist meditators also show that meditators who practice compassion has a much stronger mental resilience in facing negative situations. This is crucial in times of pandemic like now. It's a very important characteristic that we need. Similarly, a study group done by Dr. Kelly McGonigal from Stanford University showed that people with a caring attitude towards others have 0% chance of dying from stress compared to the 30% chance of people without caring attitude. And also another research, there's another very important research study that's done in Harvard University that traces 700 people, that tracks the welfare of 700 people from 1938 until now. That's over 93 years, over 4 different directors. And this research shows that good, caring relationship is the key to happier, healthier, and longer life. It's not about materialistic or any achievement or your money and so on. It's about having a good, caring relationship. You can look up for this by the TED Talk by Dr. Robert Waldinger. This is a famous TED Talk that he gave regarding this subject. But in Buddhism, although compassion leads to selflessness, Buddhist compassion meditation always starts with compassion towards oneself first. This is because if one does not have compassion towards oneself, one will not have compassion towards others. If one can hurt oneself, then definitely one can also hurt others. So this is an important point, that we have to start with self-compassion. A point which Venerable Mahinda has pointed out, that in Buddhism, compassion is very important because the aim of Buddhism for awakening requires two qualities, which is panya, translated as wisdom, and karuna, compassion. So panya and karuna are sometimes called the two wings that work together to enable us to fly, or two eyes that work together to help us to see deeply. And as Venerable Mahinda says, in the practice, panya or wisdom gives rise to compassion, karuna, and karuna, compassion, gives rise to panya, wisdom. So you cannot have one without the other. Both comes together hand in hand. They are a means of realizing enlightenment, but they themselves are enlightenment itself manifested. So compassion with wisdom may involve giving someone what they really need, not what they want. Very, very gross example is when you see a drug addict suffering from not getting his dose of drug. We must have the wisdom not to give him money to get more drugs to alleviate the suffering from the addiction. We have compassion towards suffering, but we have the wisdom also not to allow him to do the wrong thing. And a truly compassionate person lives not for himself, but for others. He seeks opportunities to serve others, expecting nothing in return, not even gratitude. In the Buddhist teaching, Buddha teaches compassion towards all beings, including animals. Buddha advises even laymen to have nothing to do with manufacturing and sales of weapons, with nothing to do with making poisons and intoxicants, with nothing to do with slaughtering of animals. These are what we call wrong livelihood in Buddhism. Karuna has a characteristic of a loving mother whose thought, words, and deeds always tend to relieve the distress of the sick child. Karuna's manifestation is perfect non-violence and harmlessness. There is a compassionate person appears absolutely, totally non-violent and harmless wherever he goes. The sight of helpless states of distress is the proximate cause and practice of karuna, and the consummation of karuna is the eradication of all forms of cruelty. And the Buddha had once said that he who ministers unto the sick ministers unto me. That means if anyone takes care of the sick, he's actually taking care of the Buddha himself. And in the Buddha's life story, the vicious, the wicked, and the ignorant needs more compassion than those who suffer physically, as they are mentally and spiritually sick. They should not be condemned and despised, but given compassion for their failings and defects. Just like a mother might have equal compassion towards all her children, she will still have more compassion towards a sick child. Even so, greater compassion should be exercised towards those spiritually sick, as their sickness ruins their character. And in Buddha's life story, he has compassion towards Angulimala, the murderer, Ambapali, the courtesan, and even Emperor Assoka, who has caused many crimes and also called Assoka the wicked. A compassionate monk managed to change him from Assoka the wicked to Assoka the righteous. So during Buddha's time, Buddha went in search of the poor, the ignorant, and the vicious, but the good and the virtuous come in search of the Buddha. Now, I would like to bring it a bit more on the idea of Mahakaruna. In Buddhism, we also have this idea of Mahakaruna, which is great.
We have 2 more minutes to wrap up.
This idea of Mahakaruna is important because during Buddha's time, there was one time when the Sakyans, which is the clansmen of the Buddha, were attacked. And all these clansmen has already practiced the Buddha's teaching until realization. So when they were attacked, although they are very good archers, they only shoot arrow to frighten away the conquerors without harming them. They did not even try to defend themselves. They rather die than kill. And in fact, nearly all of them died. So in Buddhist compassion, to me, it is willing to even sacrifice yourself to uphold this idea of non-killing. So I would like to jump to one important point before I close off, is that I want to stress that there is a big difference between Buddhism and people who call themselves Buddhists. Why the big difference is? Because in Buddhism, there is no such thing as any violence at all. In the history of Buddhism, there is no one who has killed anyone in the name of Buddha or in terms of Buddhism. Because that is Karuna. If someone has a real realization of Karuna, they cannot even hurt anyone, let alone kill another person. So there is no concept of holy war in Buddhism. All wars are bloody war in Buddhism. I'm not saying, it's good or bad, but I'm saying that this is how it is in Buddhist teaching. So you might have the questions, what about Buddhists killing others? Of course, there are Buddhists who kill each other, not because under the name of Buddha or Buddhism, but because of humans' greed and miscommunication. One very good example is Thai and Myanmar. Thai and Myanmar are Buddhist countries, but they have a long history of killing each other. They have a lot of violent wars between each other. Not in the name of Buddha, not in the name of Buddhism, in the name of greed and in the name of miscommunications. Both Thai and Myanmar has been killing each other for a long, long time. So it has nothing to do with Buddhism. So we have to differentiate between Buddhism and people who call themselves Buddhists. And to cut the thing short, I would like to end by having a short conclusion in saying that in practicing Karuna and compassion, we must realize that for a human to hurt or harm another human, he or she must be in great pain. A happy human will never hurt another human. So next time, if someone scold us or give us trouble, instead of thinking, why did he or she scold us? If we can see that the person must be in pain, we will have compassion instead of anger. Back to you, Professor Zaleha.
Thank you. Thank you, Venerable Nyaninda, for the explanation, especially on the question put up by Tan Sri Rector in relation to the killings by monks in Thailand, if I'm not mistaken, and in Myanmar. My take on the whole discussion brings me to one conclusion, of which I have communicated with Prof. Imtiyaz, the organizer, that we could not take any questions because of the time constraint. At the same time, I would like to reiterate that the title presented by Venerable just now is The Doctrine of Karuna in Buddhism, not from Buddhist perspective, yeah? So it's in Buddhism. So he talks about Karuna in Buddhism. That brings us all the more reason to have another round, Prof. Imtiyaz. It seems that it has opened another Pandora's box on several issues that need to be highlighted. Perhaps that will be another discussion in session 2 and session 3, of which I'm handing over to Sister Noliana to take over the session from here. And I would like to say again, thank you to the panelists, Prof. Osman Bakar and Venerable Nyaninda, for sharing their views on the subject matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay, that was such a good start of presentations to the webinar. Okay, thank you so much to Professor Datuk Sri Dr. Zaleha, Professor Dr. Osman Bakar, and Venerable Nyaninda for that first session. Okay, Let us move on straight to the second session. So I welcome Associate Professor Dr. Danial bin Muhammad Yusuf to start off to moderate the second session. Over to you now, Doctor.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Thank you, Sister Noliana. So welcome to the second session, which I am moderating. And for this session, we have 4 Buddhimans. So by Buddhiman, I'm referring to the definition, the original definition that refers to gentleness, to wisdom, as well as enlightened. Yeah. So I think just before we get to the 4 speakers, I'll introduce them just before they start their speech. Perhaps I have a suggestion. Because of time constraint, we are running a bit over. May I suggest that if you have any questions for any of the 4 speakers, in fact, if you have any questions for the previous and the future sessions as well, you can write your question. You can write to whom you are addressing that question, as well as write your email address. In this way, if we go over time, if we cannot attend to your question, then the speakers can address your questions after the conference itself. So it adds a bit more, I think, a personal touch to the response as well. So this is my suggestion. So you can start doing it for this session and the previous session as well. Okay, for this session, we are looking at Rahmah and Karuna in living Islam and living Buddhism. So that's the theme of the second session. And we have 4 highly regarded speakers in the field of, I think, comparative religion as well as Buddhism in this case. We have Professor Dr. Thameem Ushama, who is the Dean of ISTAC-IIUM, speaking on the Islamic concept of Rahmah and its application according to the experience of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. We then have the Venerable Dr. Dhammapala, who will be speaking about the Buddhist cultivation of compassion for the attainment of wisdom. Then we have Sister Lo Pailing to speak on Karuna as a vehicle for interfaith works. And then lastly, but not least, we have the convener of the conference itself, Associate Professor Dr. Imtiyaz Yusuf, to speak on a Muslim's reflection on Buddha's teaching. So now we move on to the first speaker. By way of introduction, let me just briefly read some excerpts from his CV. Dr. Thameem Ushama is a professor at the Department of Usuluddin. He's also the Dean for ISTAC-IIUM. He has served as academic administrator in IIUM in various capacities, and he has authored and edited 9 books and many other published articles in internationally referred academic journals. So without further ado, let me invite Professor Dr. Thameem to deliver his speech.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. And a very good afternoon to all my honorable guest speakers, colleagues, participants, committee members, and others, inshallah. Okay, my topic of today's presentation is Islam's Rahmah as applied by Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. I have slightly modified this topic so that I can deliberate more on how the Prophet, peace be upon him, has applied the concept of Rahmah in his life. The focus of today's presentation is the meaning of Rahmah, the meaning of compassion, Rahmah in the Quran, Ibadur Rahman, servants of the most compassionate, Rahmah in Hadith literature, Muhammad's compassion for all, compassion for Christians, compassion for Jews, compassion for pagans, compassion for hypocrites, compassion for women, compassion for slaves and servants, compassion for animals, compassion for enemies and prisoners of war, compassion for children, generosity, and then we have conclusion. Let me move on directly to just briefly refer to the meaning of the word Rahmah, which is used in the Quran as well as in the traditions of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. The word Rahmah is an Arabic word which means mildness, gentleness, forgiveness, softness, love and affection. According to Milton Cowan, Rahmah's contextual amalgam merges pity, compassion, human understanding, sympathy, kindness, and mercy. The word Rahmah is mentioned in the Quran in a number of places. Its derivatives are also found in the Quran. We begin with Surah Al-Fatiha's use of Ar-Rahman and Ar-Rahim. Both Ar-Rahman and Rahim are derived as nouns taken from the word Rahmah, to have mercy, to be compassionate. And both have the sense of one who has mercy. According to Ibn Abbas, Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim means the one who feels compassion, the one who treats gently, whoever he wishes to be merciful towards, and who is remote and stern towards whoever he wishes to be harsh with. Yusuf Ali translates Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim as most gracious and most merciful. Maududi translates it as the all. Qutb translates it as the compassionate, the merciful. Qutb says both attributes encompass all meanings and aspects of mercy and compassion, and epitomize mercy as a property of God Almighty. Both define the link between the Lord as creator and his creation. It is a link based entirely on love, peace, reassurance, and care, and which inspires within man a spontaneous feeling of gratitude and praise towards God. Unlike Greek mythology or the Old Testament, Islam does not depict God as an enemy who pursues man with relentless vengeance or plots and schemes against his creation with spite and vindictiveness. The word Ibadur Rahman is found in the Quran. Ibadur Rahman, servants of the most compassionate. The Quran contains a verse pertaining to Ibadur Rahman in Surah Al-Furqan. The translation of that ayah is, the true servants of the most merciful are those who walk gently on earth and who, whenever the ignorant address them, say peace. True servants walk gently without affectation, pretensions, or any display of arrogance. Like every movement, walking is an expression of one's personality and feelings. A serious, reassured, and sound personality demonstrates itself through its gait. A person of this type walks with an air of seriousness and reassurance, reflecting clarity of purpose and strength. Rahmah in Hadith literature. Allah's messenger said, Allah will not be merciful to those who are not merciful to mankind. The Prophet said, Allah is merciful only to those of his slaves who are merciful to others. It was said, O Messenger of Allah, pray against the idolaters. He said, I was not sent as an invoker of curses. Rather, I was sent as a mercy. Muhammad's compassion for all is another focus of our presentation today. Muhammad's relations with the residents of Mecca and Medina inspire all to consider him an unparalleled gift to mankind. His life was characterized by love, pity, compassion, benevolence, beneficence, humanness, tenderness, soft-heartedness, and sympathy. The Quran declares, وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَاكَ إِلَّا رَحْمَةً لِلْعَالَمِينَ. We send thee not, but as a mercy for all creatures. The word alameen means all worlds are all creatures. Thus Allah sent Muhammad as rahmah for all creatures. He was treasured by all, including competitors and enemies. Even modern writers who are unprecedented in their resistance to the divine origin of Islam admire him. Despite situations. Muhammad's message of Muhammad was a manifestation of humanity at large. The principles he laid down sounded strange at first because humanity was then far removed from a truly sound, practical, and spiritual life. After the revelation of the message of Islam, humanity drew gradually closer to these principles, which then started to sound familiar, acceptable, and easy to implement. Numerous aspects confirm that Muhammad's message was a manifestation of divine grace for all humanity. We can see in the life of Prophet, the Treaty of Najran says, and I read, to the Christians of Najran and its surrounding territories, the security of God and the pledge of his prophet is extended for their lives, religion, and their property. To the present as well as the absent and others besides, there shall be no interference with the practice of their faith or their observance, nor any change in their rights and privileges, nor any priest from his priesthood, nor any monk from his monastery, and they shall continue to enjoy everything great and small as heretofore. No image nor cross shall be destroyed. They shall not oppress or be oppressed. They shall not practice the rites of blood vengeance in the days of ignorance, nor shall be required to furnish provisions for troops in the light of Najran Treaty. Another example, there are several examples which refer to Prophet's compassion towards non-Muslims and particularly Christians in Medina. One example concerns Tumama ibn Uthal, who had killed some of his companions and even attempted to assassinate the Prophet. When he was captured and brought to Medina, he was tied to a pillar in the Prophet's mosque. When the Prophet learned this, he ordered Muslims to treat him well, with compassion, with mercy, and had his own family bring him food. After 3 days, Muhammad forgave him and set him free. Overtaken by this mercy, overtaken by this compassion, whatever animosity Tumama had for Islam and Muslims vanished, and he embraced Islam. The Prophet's compassion transformed a persecutor into a devoted servant of God. We have also many examples of compassion for Christians. The Prophet's companions also showed compassion and tolerance towards non-Muslims while ruling a multi-religious society in Medina. For example, during rule of Umar ibn al-Khattab, a Christian lady from Egypt complained to him about Amr ibn al-As, who had annexed a part of her house to build an extension for a mosque. On hearing this, he offered to buy her home at double the market price to preserve the mosque intact, but she declined. Without anger or resentment, the Caliph ordered the demolition of the new masjid, annexed, and had her entire house rebuilt. This is a result of compassion of Umar. Compassion for Jews. A Jewish funeral procession once passed Muhammad, so he stood up and paid respect. When asked by a companion, he said, Is it not a human being? His compassion for non-Muslims during his administration was exceptional. One Jewish woman intended to kill him with a roasted sheep laced with poison. The Prophet came to know, and on hearing it, his companions proposed to kill her. However, the Prophet forgave her. Muhammad displayed the utmost compassion for non-Muslims and did not practice segregation, but was wholly righteous in all his transactions and relations. As head of state, he visited a sick Jewish boy and invited him to Islam. Doubtless, his visit was the result of affectionate compassion, and the child consequently converted. Compassion for pagans. When the Prophet ordered the bodies of the infidels who had been killed in battle to be thrown into a pit, the body of Utbah was dragged there. On seeing him, the face of his son, Abu Hudayfa, a Muslim, turned pale with sorrow. The Prophet took compassion on him, whereupon Abu Hudayfa said he did not question either command or fate. He knew his father was a man of forbearance and virtue, and had hoped these qualities would lead him to embrace Islam. Muhammad blessed Abu Hudayfa and spoke to him words of kindness. Compassion for pagans. There is another example. Asma binti Abu Bakar was a Muslim, but her mother a polytheist. Asma asked the Prophet how to deal with the Prophet, how to deal with her. The Prophet had great respect for his mother and asked Asma to treat her mother with respect and compassion. And that tradition is mentioned here. The Prophet was also compassionate for slaves and servants. Jabir ibn Abdullah reported the following. The Prophet, may Allah bless him and grant him peace, advised that slaves should be well treated. He said, feed them such food as you eat, clothe them with such clothing as you wear, and do not cause trouble to Allah's creatures. Do not cause trouble to Allah's creatures. This is from Adab al-Mufrad. The Prophet was also compassionate for hypocrites, and the story goes on like this. I don't want to take much of your time. I'll move on to the next thing, which is compassion for animals. The Prophet was not only compassionate for human beings, including non-Muslims, but also the animals. Abu Huraira reported the following on the authority of the Prophet. A man felt very thirsty while he was on a way. Then he came to a well. He went down, quenched his thirst, and came out. Meanwhile, he saw a dog panting and licking mud because of excessive thirst. He said to himself, this dog is suffering from thirst as I did. So he went down the well again and filled his shoe with water and watered it. Allah thanked him for that deed and forgave him. The people said, "O Allah's messenger, is there a reward for us in serving the animals?" The Prophet said, yes, there is a reward for serving any animate living being. Recorded by Al-Bukhari.
Prof, you have 2 more minutes left.
Okay, this is compassion for animals. I have few more examples on compassion for his animals. He has been compassionate for enemies and prisoners of war. And I give you one example. The Prophet treated all prisoners magnanimously, which was contrary to customary practice. One of the best examples is Suhail ibn Amr, who used to cruelly denounce him. Although Caliph Umar wished to remove Amir's incisors, so he could never again speak properly and criticize the Prophet said, no, you cannot do that. The Prophet was also compassionate for enemies and prisoners of war. When Muhammad conquered Mecca without resistance or bloodshed, he entered the city of Mecca and gathered together all the unbelievers. How do you expect me to treat you? He asked. They unanimously replied, you are a noble one, the son of a noble one. Upon hearing this, the Prophet announced, you may go free. No reproach this day shall be on you. May Allah forgive you. This general amnesty after years of murder and horrendous treatment exemplified the Almighty's Rahmah for all of mankind through his prophet, to include our bitterest, most violent and cruelest enemies. The prophet was also compassionate for children. And we have numerous examples in the Hadith literature. The prophet was also very, very generous in his life. And one example of his generosity was on the authority of Anas, when prophet was asked by a man for something, he gave him all the sheep between the two mountains. The man returned to his people and said, become Muslims, because Muhammad gives the gift of a man who does not fear poverty. He gave 100 camels to more than one person. And for Safwan ibn Umayyah, it is reported he gave 100, then 100, and then another 100. So with this, let me come to the conclusion with the permission of the chairman. We refer to Rahmah's conspicuous usage in the Quran, beginning with the opening chapter. Appropriate comprehension of the term deliberated on Ibadur Rahman is enshrined in Suratul Furqan. Since Hadith literature is a principal source that helps us to discern the message of Islam, references were also made to its corpus, whereby we illustrated meaningful examples of mercy and compassion. Another crucial dimension addressed mercy and compassion for all of mankind, Rahmatan lil Alameen. Hence, we highlighted the Prophet's compassion and mercy for Christians, Jews, pagans, hypocrites, women, slaves, servants, animals, enemies, prisoners of war, and children, as well as his generosity, especially during the period of his governance. And this is the last part of my conclusion. In conclusion, I suggest that Muslims should apply and daily habituate themselves to the several practices of Rahmah. Everyone would do well to translate compassion into constructive, good deeds. Whoever is a sincere worshipper of our Creator will adopt this posture to ameliorate human unease, regardless of religious affiliation, because God is all compassionate, all merciful, all beneficent, all benevolent, and all gracious. And because the Prophet is Rahmatan lil Alameen, it is practically mandatory. It is practically mandatory for all moral and maqasidic consideration that Muslims manifest attributions associated with Rahmah, as it will help us to pave way to global peace as a sustainable development goal of the United Nations. With this, I end my presentation. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Chairman, for giving me extra time. Wabillahi tawfiq wal hidayah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And a very good afternoon to my honorable keynote speaker and other speakers. Thank you once again.
Wa alaikum salam. Thank you so much, Prof. Thameem. I think it's a very interesting presentation, because when you look at his deliberation on compassion in the examples of Islamic history during Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him's time, you can also see how that can easily be interpreted as a practice of equanimity, as what was discussed earlier by our Buddhist friends. So now we move on to the second speaker. Let me introduce him. He is the Venerable Dr. Dhammapala. By way of academic qualifications, he was mainly educated in Sri Lanka, from a bachelor to master of philosophy, and proceeded to do his doctorate of philosophy in Buddhism at the University of Hong Kong. He has various fields of specialty, including Buddhist psychology, as well as the classical reading of Sanskrit and Pali texts. And he is also active not simply in his academic doings, but also in his community services. He is, for example, the director and abbot of the Center of Mindfulness in Hong Kong since 2011. He's also the founder and director of the Brahmavihara Monastery and Retreat Center in Malaysia since 2015, and also a spiritual advisor of the Amata Dhamma Center of Malaysia since 2013, and many other posts servicing the community. So without further ado, let me invite Dr. Dhammapala to speak on the cultivation of Karuna as well as the attainment of wisdom. The microphone is yours, Doctor. Doctor, we can't hear you at the moment. You are muted. Can you unmute yourself, Dr. Dhammapala? Can the organizer please unmute? This was a problem I faced earlier as well. The organizer has to unmute the speaker. You have to appoint him as co-host, I believe. One moment, yeah. He's still not able to unmute, yeah? You need to make him a co-host. I'll give one more minute to see if the organizer can do something about this. Otherwise, we go to a speaker who can use the microphone at the moment.
Maybe you go to another speaker.
Okay. All right. While we try to resolve, apologies to Dr. Dhammapala for the technical issue. So we'll return to you as soon as we are over with the next speaker. And so we move on to the third speaker. So I'll follow the order, who is who is Sister Loh Pai Ling. She is the president of the BMSM since 2013 and started as an acting president in 2011. She's the first lady president of the BMSM after 50 years of its inception. BMSM is one of the oldest national Buddhist organizations in Malaysia. Apart from that, she's also the president of the Malaysian Buddhist Consultative Council from 2019 to this year at present. MBCC comprises of 6 national Buddhist organizations of all the 3 major Buddhist traditions. And she's also the executive committee of the Malaysian Consultative Council of Buddhism, Christianity, Hinduism, Sikhism, and Taoism since 2011. And she's also a member of the National Interfaith Committee of Malaysia, which promotes interreligious understanding and harmony since 2011. So without further ado, may I invite Sister Loh Pai Ling to deliver her speech.
Thank you. Thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Daniel. Can you see my sharing screen?
Yes.
Yes, can I?
Yes, yes,
Okay,
okay.
thank you. So, respected Professor, Doctor, and Venerables, distinguished moderators, honorable panelists, brothers and sisters, Salam Sejahtera and Suki Hoto. Thank you for the opportunity to share, and I will share my experience of interfaith works, which I have been directly involved for the past 10 years. Okay, but okay, can be seen, all right. I'm a member of Malaysian Consultative Council of Buddhism, Christianity, Hinduism, Sikhism, and Taoism, MCC BCHST, and the appointed committee of National Interfaith Committee Malaysia. There is a committee for the promotion of interreligious understanding and harmony among adherents, JKM PKA, both since 2011, so it's 10 years. Subsequently, as the section head of JKM PKA since 2016, I was responsible for organizing activities, in particular, interfaith activities. The job specification and the tasks include meeting leaders of various faiths, having dialogues with people from different faiths and religions, as well as co-organizing interfaith conferences, seminars, and community-based activities. The series of dialogue resulted in the building bridges of knowledge and understanding. The seed of metta, as mentioned, is the goodwill, loving kindness, and universal benevolence, and karuna, compassion, were henceforth planted, nurtured, and sustained in the spirit of mutual respect, conciliation, and acceptance. This was likewise in MCC BCHST, the biggest non-Muslim interfaith organization in Malaysia, formed in 1983. It has already been existent for almost 40 years. Its main aims, among others, are to uphold and promote the ideas enunciated in the Rukun Negara, to promote unity, harmony, and understanding amongst people of different religions, etc. At times, it is a task to consolidate the different voices from members of different religions into one voice to uphold and promote the ideas as enunciated in the Rukun Negara, or the rights in the Federal Constitution. I am also serving as the president of Malaysian Buddhist Consultative Council, MBCC. As introduced by the moderator, is made up of 6 national Buddhist organizations. It is the largest and only Buddhist Consultative Council formed in 1999. As there exists in Buddhism the Mahayana, the Theravada, and the Vajrayana traditions. We call them MTV. Yeah? It is also a task at times to consolidate Buddhists of different traditions, the MTV tradition, to work together and to come to a consensus on varied matters. Therefore, metta and karuna are equally needed as a vehicle to facilitate both interfaith and intrafaith works, to include and unite the diverse groups so that there is unity in diversity. According to the late Venerable Bunaji, a much reverend monk in Theravada tradition, compassion has 2 dimensions, metta and karuna. Metta, the universal benevolence, loving kindness, and goodwill, is an area of broad dimension, and karuna or empathy is that dimension. Metta is a selfless longing for the welfare and well-being of all beings without exception. Self-interest is lost. It's an interest in all beings, including oneself. As Venerable Nyaninda just shared, it's just like a drop of water that enters the ocean and loses its identity by merging into the water of the ocean. Metta, the universal benevolence, goodwill, and loving kindness, is broad-mindedness without limits. Karuna, or empathy, is of depth dimension, concern how deeply one is interested in the welfare of all beings, It is interest in the welfare of all beings without making any distinction between oneself and others. Others' welfare is as important as one's own, as the mother is concerned about the welfare of one's own child. As stated in the verse 7 of the Karaniyametta Sutta, just as a mother would protect her only child at the risk of her own life, even so, let one cultivate the boundless heart or love towards all beings. Empathy or karuna is also to be in tune with the sorrows and the happiness of others as if it was one's own. One's heart vibrates in unison with that of others and is able to comprehend the other's point of view and feel it. To reiterate, compassion encompasses two dimensions, metta and karuna. Metta is the broadness or breadth of benevolence, goodwill, and loving kindness in the welfare and well-being of all beings. And the other, karuna, is the deepness of depth of our empathy towards the welfare and well-being of all beings, to the extent we do not make a distinction between oneself and others. Compassion recognizes the other happiness or unhappiness is as important as one's own. Compassion broadens our mind, deepens our concern for humanity. This will lead to freedom from self-centeredness, self-interest, fear, worry, and unhappiness. I'm truly inspired and motivated by this broad view of compassion that encompasses metta and karuna in my interfaith works and organization. I'm also inspired by the great compassion of the Bodhisattva as in Mahayana tradition. The Bodhisattva is unable to bear to see the suffering of all beings irrespective of their caste, color, and greed. In Mandarin, we call 不忍众生苦，是故以此中言起大悲心. This is the very great compassion towards all beings without exception, and it's the profound quality of the Bodhisattva. In Mandarin, again, is 无言大慈，同体大悲. Comparatively, the similar qualities of Rahman that I find equally inspired and motivated in my works is the kindness, benevolence, benefits God or Allah gives to humanity. Brothers and sisters, respected Professor and Doctor, Venerables, let us look together here. Humanity is mentioned and not to his own disciple only. Likewise, Rahman, mercy, and compassion are the foremost among Allah or God's attributes that is similar to the great compassion of Bodhisattva to me. Further, the Quran recognizes and respects diversity of religions and also call for building common ground for peaceful coexistence. This acceptance has further facilitated the interfaith engagement with people of different faiths, including Buddhists. Therefore, finding and working on common ground in interfaith work to build bridges is of utmost importance to promote harmonious and peaceful coexistence. In this context, both Karuna and Rahmah combined is the most appropriate vehicle for interfaith works. It will build bridges and not walls that become barriers that split community and bring disharmony, war, and untold suffering to many. Hence, in the balance of probability, both Karuna and Rahmah is a most appropriate vehicle for interfaith works and organization in Malaysia. Before I end, I would like to share two activities that organized by the Buddhist temple and the Buddhist community that incorporate the interfaith engagement to promote peace, harmony, and stability in our own nation and the world at large. Before and during the COVID-19, Vesak Open House and Iftar Ramadan, bringing Buddhists and Muslims together for two different religious celebrations, were held in BMSN Samadhi Vihara in 2018 and in Buddhist Mahavihara 2019. In addition to this, there were numerous interfaith dialogue session, as well as acts of dana for the needy, irrespective of race and religious. One can only imagine the joy, peace, and harmony in the joint celebration on occasion of different religious festival. There is this classic saying in our own national language, tak kenal maka tak cinta. That is, if you do not know each other, there is no way understanding can be developed and respectful love for each other be nurtured. Therefore, getting together to know each other through joint celebration to foster, as Prof. Ainul just said before we start, the special muhibah spirit. Yeah, this is truly Malaysian. It's a novel way to foster compassion among adherents of different faiths and spiritual tradition. This year, 2020, the year last year, ushered in a pandemic that have created much havoc and chaos in our human society. What we took for granted in our daily lives now seems to be taking a back seat. In its place, we are living a life in what is being called the new normal. I'd like to share this unique initiative called Metta Pantry, a community pantry of food items for those encounter difficulty in putting food on the table for their family members due to loss of income from loss of job or salary cuts. Its concept is based on the slogan, "Let no one go hungry," and do guiding principle to give without judgment and take what only necessary. The recent fifth Metta Pantry was started last year, December 2020, after two break-ins into this Buddhist center. In both instances, nothing valuable was taken. The burglars make for themselves Milo drinks and take with them some biscuit. The strong message they left for us was there are hungry stomachs and empty wallets in the neighborhood, that a Metta Pantry is urgently needed. Since its commencement, the patron or the customer of the Metta Pantries are of all ethnic groups and religions. This is what we call compassion in actions. Thank you for your kind attention. Stay safe. Terima kasih. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sister Pailing. I think that's a fascinating presentation on faith in action or compassion in action. I think we can see clearly that Rahmah and Karuna are not exclusive concepts, but they are inclusive, and they should be used for bridging between different faiths and beliefs and so on. So I think we have sorted out the issue with regards to Dr. Dhammapala's microphone just now. So without further ado, may I invite you to present your speech. Thank you.
Okay, can you see the slide here?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Moderator, Associate Professor Daniel, respected Bante Mahinda, Venerables, Professors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Salam Sejahtera, a very good afternoon. And I'm glad to be able to share in this National Virtual Conference on Rahmah and Karuna as common ground for building understanding between Islam and Buddhism. And my topic is related to living Buddhism on the Buddhist cultivation of compassion for the attainment of wisdom. The essence of Buddha's teaching, that is to avoid all evils, cultivate the wholesome, purify one's own mind. This is the teachings of the Buddhas. And the Buddha's teaching is about the teaching of the cessation of suffering and ultimately bringing happiness that come from the abandoning of defilements. And this suffering is not referred to external suffering that we experience, but more of the inner entanglement of defilements, the kind of unsatisfactoriness that's seated inside the mind. Therefore, the teachings of the Buddhists is to abandon defilements that entangle in one's own mind. And this purpose is to abandon defilements and to restore the purity of the mind. However, this purity is not making you pure and fair in outlook and appearance, but it is about how much defilements that you have abandoned, such as greed, anger, and delusion. So the ultimate purity comes from the utter cessation of all defilements. And that is only possible through the understanding of doctrine, the practice, and cultivation of wholesome qualities of mind, and finally, the realization of wisdom. And my focus today is to focus on the cultivation of loving kindness and compassion for the realization of wisdom, that is the abandoning of anger and harmfulness, and bringing peace and happiness to one's own mind and extend to the world at large. And this is a wish for the welfare and happiness of all living beings, and everyone wants to be free from suffering. So now we look at a brief survey of the Buddha's teaching. The Buddha's teaching covers three aspects. They are the doctrine, practice, and realization. The Buddha realizes the truth of suffering. This is the essence, the gist of Four Noble Truths, and this is the doctrinal aspect. Under the practical aspect, which is the Noble Eightfold Path, consists of 8 factors. They are right view, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration that lead to the end of suffering. And finally, when all defilements are completely abandoned, this is the realization of wisdom. So under the Noble Eightfold Path, the first 2 factors is right views and right intention. And these two are subsumed under the wisdom aspect of the Buddha's teaching. And how to distinguish these 2 factors? Right view provides the perspective for practice, whereas right intention provides the sense of direction. Therefore, the right view and right intention can be understood as a whole journey from the starting point and reaching to its end. However, along the way, there are many blockages. So without the foundation of right view, you are like a right driver driving a car to somewhere without consulting a road map. And finally, you will end up to a wrong place. So along the road, you find many blockages. This is like in the Buddhist practice, you might encounter hindrances here and there, such as desire, ill will, and harmfulness, that you need to counteract them one by one repeatedly through the cultivation of a certain practice of meditation until the defilements are abandoned and wisdom is realized and shine forth. So in response to the topics, I will highlight 2 types of meditation or cultivation. And that is cultivation of loving kindness and cultivation of compassion in this overcoming of defilements. That is to say, these 2 types of meditation are quite popularly practiced by Buddhists. So the right intention can be understood as a clearance of blockage along the road. So at this clearance of defilements such as desire, ill will, and harmfulness require a lot of effort. So we need to repeatedly cultivate it until defilements are abandoned, the wisdom is realized. So in the Buddhist cultivation of realizing wisdom, there are these 3 wholesome thoughts. Making these 3 wholesome thoughts as an inclination of the mind, which conducive to the attainment of wisdom. And the first one is the intentional renunciation, that is to counteract the unwholesome thoughts of desire. And the second is the intention of goodwill, is intention of loving kindness, counteract the intention or the unwholesome thoughts of ill will. or the anger. And the third is intention of harmlessness, that is compassion. Counteract the unwholesome thoughts of cruelty or harmfulness. So now we shall confine to the second and the third intention. They are the wholesome thoughts of goodwill, which is through the cultivation of loving kindness, helping to counteract the unwholesome thoughts of ill will. And another one is a wholesome thought of harmlessness. That is through the practice of compassion, helps to counteract the unwholesome thoughts of cruelty and harmfulness. So the cultivation of these two thoughts, cultivation of loving kindness and cultivation of compassion, in one making them an inclination of the mind, can counteract unwholesome thoughts of ill will and harmfulness. So the people live in society, many conflicts, hostility, and misunderstanding may arise. And the best antidote is the cultivation of loving kindness. And this is important as an effective element for building our good relationship between Muslim and Buddhists. As one of the objectives of the conference is to counter the voices of extremism, intolerance, and hatred by encouraging Muslims and Buddhists to employ the religious principle of compassion to work together for building peaceful coexistence despite religious differences. So I'm really thankful for the university organizing this National Virtual Conference, a common ground for building understanding between Islam and Buddhism. So that through this mutual understanding, the universal value of compassion is restored among Muslim and Buddhists in Malaysia, so that people live in peace and harmony. So there are two words which are quite similar in nature. One is loving kindness and another one is compassion, but there are differences. Loving kindness has the characteristics of wishing for the happiness and welfare of others, and compassion has the characteristics of wishing that others be free from suffering. And these both qualities have a similar wish that to be extended without limits to all living beings. That is the unconditional love and compassion of which for all beings be happy and be free from suffering. So in the Buddhist practice of loving kindness, how should this be done? So what is the cultivation of loving kindness in Buddhism? So in brief, it is a wish for the welfare and happiness of all living beings. So if we look into our own mind, we find that the basic urge is earnest wish for us to be happy and free from suffering. So as soon as we see this in ourselves, we can immediately understand that all living beings too share the same basis wish. That is, everybody wants to be well, happy, and secure. So the Buddha teaches loving kindness to express an intense feelings of selfless love for our well-being and happiness. So once we have radiated the feeling of loving kindness towards ourselves, then the next is to extend the loving kindness unconditionally to others. So in the end, we suffuse the entire world with a mind of loving kindness without anger. So the meditation begins with the developments of loving kindness towards oneself. So there is this methodical radiation of loving kindness. The first is to radiate towards oneself, such as like, may I be free from danger. May I be free from mental suffering. May I be free from physical suffering. May I be able to look after myself happily. So through the recitation and contemplation, we make this warm radiation loving kindness as a heartfelt concern for our well-being and happiness. So we look at this chart, we take ourselves as the first object of loving kindness. Why? Because true loving kindness for others only become possible when one is able to feel genuine loving kindness for oneself. So when we're angry with someone, it comes from the negative attitudes we hold towards ourselves. So when loving kindness is directed inward towards oneself, it helps to melt down these negative attitudes. So if we practice the feeling of loving kindness constantly, it becomes the inclination of the mind. And this recitation help us to feel genuine loving kindness for ourselves, such as like, may I be free from danger, may I be free from mental suffering, from hostility, may I be free from anxiety, may I maintain my well-being. Yeah. So, and there is this methodical radiation of loving kindness. And first we radiate the feeling of loving kindness towards oneself. The next step is to extend to others. The radiation begins with a dear person, the loved, affectionate person. And those who are close to you, such as parents and teachers, then we move on to friends, then to a neutral person, then finally to a hostile person. So with each individual, we have to bring his or her image into our focus and radiate the thought like this: may you be well, may you be happy, may you be peaceful. Then we can then radiate loving kindness towards all friends, all neutral person, even to all hostile person. So as a practice bring much calms and joys, we can then extend loving kindness to all 10 directions, like east, south, west, north, etc., to 10 direction. Then it can be extended to all beings without distinction. So this is what I call the unconditional, the spreading of love and compassion. So in the aim, one suffuses the entire world with a mind of loving kindness, without enmity, without aversion. So nowadays, with the advancements of social media, and we used to send a warm message to friends, wishing them to be happy, peaceful, and healthy. So when they received our message, they will feel the positive energy that we radiated to them. So our society needs to use this advantage of social media, spreading the message of peace and happiness, because your loving words, your message, carry the weight and energy. The intention of harmlessness is a thought guided by compassion, aroused in a position to cruelty, aggressive, and violent thought. So compassion has the characteristics of wishing others be free from suffering, a wish to be extended without limit to all living beings. Compassion springs up by considering that all beings, like ourselves, wish to be free from suffering. So when we are strong in our compassion, we can listen compassionately to people's suffering. When people come to you to tell their pain and suffering, just listen to them sincerely, patiently, and compassionately. Reflects that, like yourself, also experiencing suffering, you also want to be free from suffering. So when you have that contemplation, they will feel someone is readily care for them in order to release their pains and suffering. And the Buddha says, use our six sense faculties, our eyes faculty, nose faculty, tongue, body, and mind to listen to their pain, and they will feel good and relief after expressing their pain and suffering. So in our day-to-day cultivation of compassion, and there is a recitation and contemplation. May all beings be released from loss, be released from obscurity, be released from blame, be released from suffering. So this is the phrases, the recitation. So to conclude, compassion has the characteristics of wishing others be free from suffering. To develop compassion, it is most effective to start with somebody who is actually undergoing suffering. You can contemplate this person's suffering either directly or imaginatively, that reflect that, like yourself, he or she also wants to be free from suffering, free from loss, free from obscurity, free from blame, free from suffering. And these wholesome thoughts of compassion should be repeated until a strong feeling of compassion arises in the mind. And we can also contemplate, particularly with the outbreak of the global pandemic, we have seen a lot of people suffer, worried, loss of their loved one. We can contemplate their suffering, reflecting that, like ourselves, they also want to be free from disease, free from suffering. So in this way, the feeling of compassion will arises in us. Particularly in these critical periods, cultivating the thought of compassion is very much needed to overcome fear and worry in our society. So make this an inclination of the mind until the mind is filled with loving kindness and compassion beyond the boundary of religion and race, and for the happiness of all beings, and for the building of peaceful country in Malaysia and in the world. Thank you. Sadhu, sadhu.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dhammapala. I think we can see from his presentation that there are so many commonalities between in the concepts that we use and how we practice them.
Yes.
Definitely when you were doing your presentation, I couldn't help but reflect and see how there are elements of it which are relatable to the concept of tazkiyatun nafs, or purification of the soul in Islam as well. So without further ado, let me present the fourth speaker. Let me just simply introduce him as if not the premier Muslim scholar of Buddhism. Dr. Imtiyaz, the microphone is yours.
Okay, thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Wait, can you hear me? Assalamu alaikum.
Yes, clear, thank you.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much to Professor Danial, Professor Thameem, our keynote speaker, Venerable Pandey Mahinda, and to Venerable Dhammapala, Nyaninda, and all the people who are here today. As you said, I believe that it is my destiny as a Muslim to have to study Buddhism. And I've devoted all my life towards this project and all my education towards this. So let me begin by presenting my screen, my presentation, and we'll go through that. If you see this, it is about Islam and Buddhism. What my presentation is basically, I'm going to look at the Buddhist scriptures, or what do they say about being good and doing good to others. And I've shortened my presentation to only two discourses from the Buddha. And as a Muslim, I'm reflecting on, I'm learning from the Buddha's teachings of how the Buddhists understand themselves. This I learned from my teacher, Professor Ismail Al-Faruqi, who was a scholar of comparative religion. And I will come to him later on. So what is in my approach is that in Quran has a view that there are prophets of prophethood is a universal institution found all over the world, and so it is based in that, and that though there are doctrinal differences between Buddhists and Muslims, we can work together to build understanding for peaceful coexistence by using the teachings of Rahmah and Karuna, about which the previous scholars have already spoken. So I will not go into much into this. So to my approach again is not that of a phenomenology, is that of a phenomenologist of a religion, and I have been described as a parallelist because I believe that each religion is unique and different from each other. Religions are like, in my view, like parallel lines of a railway track, which never meet except at a meeting station, and then they depart again on their own parallel ways. I draw from as I said, from Professor Ismail Al-Faruqi, his theory of Deen al-Fitra, or religio naturalist, according to which belief in God or ultimate reality is naturally ingrained with every human being, Professor Faruqi, with whom I studied, had studied Christianity, And one day in our class, he told us that his best book is not Islamization of knowledge, but his magnum opus is Christian Ethics, in which he studied Christian ethics and moral values as understood by Christians in their tradition without engaging in Islamic critique of them. So for me, he was a model of a modern Al-Biruni. Just as Al-Biruni had studied Hinduism, Al-Faruqi has studied Buddhism. So to study other religions without engaging in polemics. Because as Professor Thameem already mentioned, that we, and there's a verse in the Quran that though we are different with each other, the differences do not matter. What matters is that we compete with one another to do good. And in the end, we return to God or to the ultimate reality, and then we will know why are we different or why we were created different. Now, I want to introduce something very interesting about which many Muslims and many Buddhists do not know. Muslims have started studying Buddhism as early as 11th and the 13th century. That is the time when Buddhism was arriving in Southeast Asia. So Al-Shahrastani, in his book Kitab al-Milal wa Nihal, talks about the Buddha and pays great honors to the Buddha, and he considers him as one of the prophet of 124,000 prophets, because the Muslims believe that God has sent prophets in every place and in every language. After him comes Rashid ad-Din, who was a Persian statesman who wrote a book, Jami' at-Tawarik. And it will be very interesting what I'm going to show to you next, is that in his works, he aimed at making Buddhism accessible to Muslims. And he made several paintings about the Buddha, and which are very different from what we are familiar with. For example, here is a picture where a painting he draws of Sakya Muni offering fruit to the devil, during the night of his nirvana, when Mara was attacking him. The Mara is on my left side, and the Buddha is on the right side. So this is the image of a Buddha drawn by a Muslim painter and a scholar of comparative religion. He also drew the forest in which the Buddha was enlightened. And these paintings are available in a book edited by Sheila Blair. And he also drew the picture of the Kushnigar, where the Buddha achieved nirvana. And after him came another scholar by the name of Hafiz Abru, who was again a Persian historian, and he wrote a book, Majma' at-Tawarik, which is a universal history. And in that also he talked about the history of the prophets from Muhammad, from the early prophets until the last prophet, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And he also drew down this painting in his book, Majma' at-Tawarik, is a depiction of Maya Devi giving birth to the Buddha. And he also drew other paintings where the Buddha is addressing the Brahmins, and also in the other on the picture, the painting on the right hand side, my right hand side, or maybe your left, shows the disciples of the Buddha after he passes away. This is a more clearer picture, and these texts are in Persian and Arabic, and which are classical texts. This is the painting of after the Buddha passes away into parinirvana. Now, I don't know. I'm sure that most of you have never seen these paintings before. That how the Muslims have studied Buddhism much earlier. And I want to make a comparative note here that the first book by a Western scholar on Buddhism was written in 1844. But here we are in the 11th and the 13th century, where Muslim writers and Muslim scholars are studying Buddhism and seeing it is in the light of institution of prophethood. There are also other scholars like in the modern age, like Professor Muhammad Hamidullah, who mentions in his book Muhammad Rasulullah that the mention of Zulkifl, which is the name of our rector Tansri, Zulkifl is a reference to Kapila Vastu, where the Buddha was born. And there are verses in the Quran, and these two verses in the Quran are very interesting, which says that mention Ishmael, Idris, and Zulkifl all were steadfast people. They were steadfast. And the other verse says, and make mention of Ismail, Elisha, and Zulkiflu, and they are the chosen one. And the Arabic words here is, for in the first word is the Sabirin, that he was steadfast and patient. And this professor, steadfast and patient. And in the second verse, they are mentioned as they are al-khair. They are those who promoted the good. So this may be not, now what I'm trying to do here should not be seen by the Buddhists as that I'm trying to own the Buddha. I'm trying to show that in the Muslim view, Buddhism is not a false religion or a wrong religion, but it is, we respect Buddhism, and many scholars have worked on Buddhism. Professor Muhammad Hamidullah even goes further on to Surah At-Tin, or a chapter in the Quran titled The Fig, where there's a mention of the fig, and he sees that fig as a symbol to the Buddha, because the Buddha was enlightened under a fig tree or ficus religiosa. And since this tree does not figure in the life of any other prophets, Professor Hamidullah comes to a conclusion that this is a symbolic reference to the Buddha. Now, I'm coming to my part of the teaching of teachings of the Buddha, where he discusses about what are the qualities of becoming a compassionate human being. And in this text taken from, I have the reference there, the Buddha distinguishes between the fool and the wise person. This idea concurs with the teaching of the Quran that all bad, all evil is man-made. Man is responsible. Human being is responsible for their own wrong, for the wrong they do to themselves. And it is not God. God should not be held responsible for the bad or evil which happens in the world. So the Buddha says, monks, one who possesses three qualities should be known as a fool. What are those three qualities? He was asked, and he said, badly misconduct, verbal misconduct, and mental misconduct. One who possesses these three qualities should be known as a fool. So who is a good person? Who is a wiser person? The Buddha says the person who does bodily good conduct, verbally good conduct, and mentally good conduct, that is a wise person. Now, I learn a lot. I take this as a wise teaching from the Buddha, which is applicable and valuable for our daily life. And he also goes on further in these two texts are taken from Anguttara Nikaya and the numerical discourses. So the Buddha says, therefore, monks, you should train yourself thus, that we avoid the qualities of the fool and follow the qualities of the wise person, of being wise, so that we have to train ourselves. Though these teachings are in relation to the monks, they are also applicable to the laity. So the best kind of a person, the Buddha says there are four kinds of persons in the world. The best kind of a person is one who is practicing neither for his own welfare. There are four kinds of people. One who is practicing neither for his own welfare nor for the welfare of others. Number two, one who is practicing for the welfare of others but not for his own welfare. And number three, one who is practicing for his own welfare but not for the welfare of others. And number four is one who is practicing both for his own welfare and for the welfare of others. So the person who practices welfare for others and for himself is the right person. And the Buddha goes on saying further that amongst the person among those who is practicing for the welfare of others but not for his own welfare is more excellent. Number two, the one who is practicing his own welfare but not for the welfare of others is more excellent and sublime of the first three persons. The person practicing both for his own welfare and for the welfare of others is the foremost, the best, the preeminent, the supreme, and the finest of the four persons. These are the four kinds of persons found existing in the world. Now, what do I take it from this? That we should practice to try to be in the best kind of a person which we can be, that we care for the welfare of others and also the welfare of ourselves. In another teaching of the Buddha, he was asked about what is great wisdom. A certain monk asked the Buddha, the Blessed One, it is said, Bhante, wise person of a great wisdom, wise person of a great wisdom. I can't see here clearly. Just a minute. I need to move this a little bit here. Yeah. It is said, Bhante, a wise person of great wisdom, a wise person of great wisdom, a wise person of great wisdom, in what way is one a wise person of a great wisdom? Here, a monk, wise person of great wisdom does not intend his own affliction or the affliction of others, or for the application of both. Rather, when he plans for his own welfare, the welfare of others, welfare of both, and welfare of the whole world. In this way, one is a wise person of great wisdom. So here we are. What I'm trying to present to you are the teachings which are promoting what our former speakers have spoken about, panna or wisdom. Or in Quran or in the Islamic tradition, we talk about hikmah and wisdom, because the Quran also says Prophet Muhammad came to teach the Quran, the book, and wisdom to humanity. So we need interreligious dialogue, which should take us away from monologue to a dialogical understanding of coexistence, which will lead to a new and richer understanding of relationship between humanity, between humankind. Engagement in Muslim-Buddhist dialogue requires that we abandon our biased terminology. For example, the monotheists often describe Asian religions as polytheists or non-monotheists, and the Buddhists, on the other hand, are obsessed, have the obsession with non-theism, which are non-starters. So instead of saying that a discussion about who is since I've been teaching Buddhism and Islam for so many years, but I see that the Buddhists always ask me, what about God? Who created God? What was before God? We should leave these questions, unanswerable questions, out of our discussion and engage in a discussion of how we can engage in doing good to each other and understanding, so that we can build better coexistence where we are facing a lot of problems in between the Muslims and Buddhists, especially in Southeast Asia. I fear that if the 80% of the people of Southeast Asia who are Buddhists and Muslims, if they engage in war and conflict, we will be destroying the ASEAN group of nations or the building of ASEAN socio-cultural community. So there is need to employ empathy, and when it comes to interfaith dialogue, intercultural dialogue between Islam and Buddhism, and not use negative concepts to describe each other's, because it leads to misunderstanding. We should begin with the dialogue of action, which Sister Piling is very much engaged in, over the dialogue of doctrine, because basic differences between religions do not offer enough ground for beginning of dialogue. The ground has to be searched, and that is the work of social work. There's no use of using negative concepts to describe each other's, because it leads to misunderstanding. So social work dialogue through social work is the best way to start the interaction between and understanding between Islam and Buddhism. Because there are many areas where we have common ground, as we are discussing today, the topic of Metta, Karuna, and Rahmah. Even we can talk about environmental ethics and the destruction of biodiversity. COVID, we are not only, before COVID, we were talking about climate change, but now COVID is another pandemic which humanity as a whole is facing. And COVID is also man-made. It is not something which happened suddenly. Just as the climate change happened and the global warming is the result of human destruction of the environment, COVID is also the result of destruction of the nature by humanity. We can also have dialogue on common ethical and moral concerns, and also the discussion about jihad. There's a lot of misunderstanding about jihad, not among only the Westerners, but also among the people of Asian religions. For jihad is an inner struggle. It is similar to kilesa, to remove the defilement. which is a part of, or impurities, which is the teaching of the Buddha. So reviving the Quranic teaching and practice for practice of building the middle way of ummatan wasatan, that Muslims become the people of the middle people, and the Buddha's teaching of Majjhima Patipada, the middle path, the middle way, can be the platform on which we can begin dialogue and understanding between Muslim and Buddhist in Southeast Asia. I have already talked about this point, but I will just mention that what we need in Southeast Asia, in my view, is that the majority-minority model of citizenship is a colonial construct and is of no use. It is time we moved further away from that we start talking about the perspective of multicultural citizenship, where everyone is respected as a citizen of whichever country they are. Furthermore, Buddhist-Muslim dialogue will help us to overcome our local, regional, and international tensions, and also in facing the rise of religious nationalism, which I've mentioned, which Venerable Mahinda already talked about, so that we can build Muslim-Buddhist understanding through pedagogical and socio-cultural projects. In this way, we will be able to build the much-needed peace in Southeast Asia, because both Muslims and Buddhists, either as majorities or as minorities, are feeling vulnerable to conflict in different countries of the ASEAN region. So there's a need also to address the challenge of the rise of Buddhist Islamophobia, because many of the Buddhists don't understand Islam or have not learned about Islam, and the same way the many Muslims have not learned about Buddhism. So it is time to build Muslim-Buddhist bridges of understanding. On historical heritage, which Professor Osman very much interestingly presented the idea of Karuna and Karunia, and there are many, the common language, the Malay language or Bahasa Indonesia, has a lot of Pali and Sanskrit words within them, so that we can live and understand together peacefully and build a friendship which is based on trust. I end up with a saying by Rumi, the famous Muslim mystic. He also has praised the Buddha in many of his poems. Another person, Muhammad Iqbal, the famous poet, philosopher of India and Pakistan, has written 2 poems in the respect of the Buddha. One is titled Nanak, and another is titled The Teachings of the Buddha. I don't have time to present them here today. But this saying of the Rumi is very interesting, and he says, the wars of man are like wars. The wars of man are like the quarrels of children. Both are meaningless and stupid. So I think what I want to share with you is that we better embark on the path of panna, wisdom, or hikmah, which also means wisdom. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Imtiyaz. I think I've learned so much from this morning till this afternoon session. I really see the value of, I think, looking at comparable concepts of Islam and Buddhism. It really gives a lot to our understanding of each other's cosmologies. And I easily see this as a series that can go on and on. We can next perhaps look at a seminar series of looking at jihad and inner defilements as a comparison between Islam and Buddhism. But of course, we need maybe the dana for it. So this can be discussed later on. So thank you so much to all. If there are any questions, I think you can write here and then put your email as well. So today, this afternoon, we have another session on conflict mediation as well as building an inclusive society. So I think as far as housekeeping is concerned, I will pass back to the MC. But before that, allow me to record my thanks to the speakers, as well as apologies to the technical difficulties that we had earlier. Thank you so much. Back to the MC. Diana, thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. So thank you so much, everyone. Okay, thank you, Doctor, Professor, for the suggestion for us to leave our questions in the chat box. So you can leave your questions along with your email address and to whom your questions are directed to at the chat box due to time constraints, yeah. And okay, thank you again, Professor Danial, Professor Thameem, Dr. Dhammapala, Sister Lopailing, and Professor Imtiyaz for this second session. So I guess we end this morning session here. We'll come back after Zohor prayer and lunch break. And I would like to kindly ask everyone to be at this space back at 2:45 p.m.
Thank you very
with
much.
that, thank you so much. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you. Salam.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Assalamualaikum everyone, welcome back. We'll wait for another, I think a couple of minutes for everyone to fill in. Okay, I think we'll start. Do we have Dato Murad? We have?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So do we have Professor Ainu? Okay, we do.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I think we can just start.
Okay.
Okay, a little bit of housekeeping. Gentle reminder to all moderators and speakers, you're gonna have to unmute yourself because the organizers can't do so. So you can just unmute yourself before you speak. And for the audience, other audience, please turn off your mic at all times when the speakers are speaking. So without further ado, I'll pass the mic to Dato Ahmad Murad.
Thank you. Thank you, Sister Nuliana. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And welcome back to all for this final session, the third and final session for today's conference. The theme for this session is Rahmah and Karuna as tools for mediation for harmonious race relations. We welcome our two speakers, Professor Ainul Jaria Maidin and Mr. K. Sun. Our first speaker will be Professor Ainul Jaria. Let me introduce her briefly. Professor Ainul has a PhD in land development and environmental planning law from the University of Wales, the UK. Her Bachelor of Laws is from IIUM. She is a non-practicing advocate and solicitor of the High Court of Malaya, an accredited mediator at Court Group Australia. She is a law professor, researching on various aspects relating to the Sustainable Development Goals, Maqasid al-Sharia, and good governance. And she has developed the Inter-Religious Mediation Training Program for the Unity Department, Malaysia, to train major religious leaders in Malaysia. This program is developed with the objective of educating and raising awareness among religious leaders of all the other religions to help reduce tensions and promote national unity and harmony. She also has experience in conducting workshops in various government agencies and private sector in Malaysia and at the international level. Professor Jaria is a member of the International Expert Group endorsed by the Global Land Tenure Network, United Nations, Shelter Branch, Land Administration, Islamic Land Administration, Sustainable Land Development and Environmental Planning Law, Urban Legislation areas. She is also a member of the advisory panel of the Institute Tanah and Hukum Negara, a member of the advisory board of Land Administration Journal, and the Journal of the Department of the Director General of Land and Mines Malaysia, and also a Assoc Fellow of the Institute of Education under the Higher Education Ministry. The title of her paper is Disputed Motivation, Mediators' Opportunity, and Mediators' Skills in Using Rahmah and Karuna in Resolving Interreligious Conflicts. Over to you, Professor Ainul.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum. Thank you, Prof. Ahmad, Murad, Marikan. I should have read through my CV. But just to say what relates me to mediation is basically my passion on natural resource management and how it should be shared. So this is what we can see part and parcel of Rahmah and compassion. Yeah. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to present this topic. The topic was given to me. Particularly Prof. Nur Farida Arifin, Prof. Nur Farida, she and the Prof. Imtiyaz, they wrote me in here. So can I start sharing my screen here? So, okay. Okay. It's a quite heavy topic, but I try to bring in, I'm trying to link how Rahmah and Karuna can be used in resolving interreligious conflicts. The mediation program that we are conducting, actually IIUM is conducting this program. Yeah, we developed this program in year 2011 on the request from the from the Department of Unity and JKMPKA, which was earlier presented by Sister Lo Pailing, the programs and what's happening there. And IKIM was part of this team. And Professor Dato Sri Dr. Zaleha was one of the pioneer of this program. Yeah? So while conducting this mediation program with the six leaders of the six major religion, my personal experience is what I'm hearing now. Prof. Imtiyaz, Prof. Thameem, even our rector and the venerables, and I mean all the other speakers before me presented the theory and the practical aspect. So now as a lawyer, I'm going to speak more in the legal terminology, as well as how we are not going to court, we are going to mediate dispute. So according to Abraham Lincoln, even with mediation, there's enough cases to be litigated in court. Mediation is actually, let me give a brief introduction about what is mediation. Mediation is a process by which disputing parties voluntarily engage the assistance of a neutral third party who has no authority to make any decisions for them, but uses certain skills to help them to resolve the dispute by negotiating agreement without adjudication. There is no adjudication at all. If you go to court, it's adversarial and adjudication, but in mediation, no, it's more like negotiating, and it's a situation where the mediator will come to how a mediator can resolve the problems. A mediator is a person who is, I mean, it's not easy to be a mediator. I'm trained, and it is definitely not easy. I failed once, twice, and I've passed my mediation assessment the third time. It's not easy. Being a legally trained person, it's very difficult for me to, mediate without being an adjudicator. So it is a very, very difficult skill to acquire. So mediation here serves many purposes. In Malaysia, mediation is new, but it's gaining popularity. It is very, very important in terms of resolving interracial, intercultural, interreligious conflicts, because it is used to provide opportunity for parties to define and clarify issues, understand different perspectives, identify interests, explore and assess possible solution, and reach mutually satisfactory agreement, achieving a win-win situation. So we want to arrive at a decision which is win-win. In a court of law, it's not possible to, both parties to win. Somebody must be a loser. Somebody must pay the cost. Somebody must suffer. I mean, this is a trend in the litigation. So when it comes to mediation, we are trying to make it mutually satisfactory and to achieve win-win situation. Just now, Professor Imtiyaz was saying, let us, come. I mean, we respect the diversity, but at the same time, we must come together. We want to prevent an ASEAN disaster, isn't it? We want to see how to bring people together, cohesive coexistence. So this is what mediation can do. So mediation itself is a very, very important mechanism or tool to conflict, to resolve conflicts. Because according to Professor Galtung, he was our visiting professor in the university for a while. I had a personal discussion with him. We always meet, and he's very, very passionate about conflict resolution. And according to Prof. Galtung, he said there are few types of violence. One is direct violence, that means physical attack, which is happening in many parts of the world. And the other one is cultural violence. That means, we are using cultural influence to justify the violence. And the third one is structural violence, which means systematic denial of access to opportunities and resources. The third one is actually very, very rampant now. Because poverty, when we look at the Sustainable Development Goals, it talks about poverty eradication, equality, everything is very, very beautiful. Like in Malay, we say cantik, very beautiful, very well laid out. And how ideal it can be, it is there. But how much we can achieve, it is again, as we heard earlier, Rahmah and Karuna, mercy, compassion. This is what that is the driving force that can help us achieve this equal opportunity and sharing of resources. In many conflict-affected societies, cultural and structural violence, such as racism and gender-based violence, is very deeply rooted. And this is something that parties are not aware, or they simply choose to ignore it. So this is where mediation is a very good mechanism that can help resolve the conflict. Why we need to resolve this conflict? Why we need to change, transform conflict? We need to, because in a situation where, especially now with the COVID-19 situation, where many people are losing employment, there's a lot of issues that can cause conflicts, disharmony, because there's imbalances in using of resources and attending to needs of the people. So when we look at this conflict basically looks at contradiction between two or more parties. And the worst part is looking at goal-seeking behavior. So this goal-seeking behavior, I'm the winning party. I am privileged. I am, like for example, some of the non-Muslims in Malaysia will say, oh, this privileged group of people, the Bumi Putra. So they have this in deep down they have these feelings. Yeah? So this is how the Malaysian government come up together to promote the concept of muhibbah. And also under this concept of unity, they asked us to look at the mediation program to help the religious leaders get the skills, acquire the skills, and with these skills to help resolve the issues in the society. So again, looking at Galtung, Professor Galtung said to transform social conflict, he suggested 3 sets of skills. 1, to develop a constructive attitude, empathize with each party, and commit to placing oneself in other issues. Empathy. This is what all the previous speakers, the dignified, distinguished speakers were mentioning. Yeah, empathy. 2, to guide behavior positively, practice active non-violence, which requires refusing to use coercive force while respecting and protecting all lives. Yeah? Practice active non-violence. To overcome contradiction, exercise creativity, which enables conflicting parties to transcend their seemingly incompatible goals so that they can envision and actualize a new reality of peaceful coexistence. Very, very difficult task. But actually, when it comes to mediation, when a mediator is skilled, experienced, this is where it is not impossible, it is a very possible achievement. Yeah. Okay. Mediation in Islam is recognized. Yeah. There are many examples. I brought you very small examples. I'll pass through this. We also have Buddhist understanding of conflict, and also I'm not going to go through this. We had very good explanation earlier, but there are these 3 important roots of conflict. Yeah, I read it says that it's 3 poisons: greed, anger, and misunderstanding. Greed, of course, everyone, including I myself. Yeah, there is no limit to greed. Anger, yes, we get angry at simplest thing. And misunderstanding, miscommunication arises because of misunderstanding. So in Buddhism, this is identified as the root of all conflict. Correct me if I'm wrong, yeah, Prof. Imtiyaz, you're the guru of Buddhism. This is my first time talking about Buddhism, yeah. But I wanted to bring in these issues to say these are the main source of conflict and why mediation is the best mechanism or best method or tool, yeah, or instrument to help us resolve these issues. Yeah? The Quran Sunnah encourage mediation. Yeah. Okay, let me go direct because I think time is short. Yeah. Process of mediation. Mediation process itself is one mechanism that is what that promotes peaceful and also win-win situation. It is a very structured process. Although we say mediation is informal, you don't have to go to a court of law, it's between 3 parties, the parties have a choice to choose the mediator. But saying all these simple things about mediation, but mediation itself is a very structured process. The process requires the parties to come voluntarily to choose a mediator who is neutral. The mediator shouldn't be a party known to any one of them, a neutral person, a respected person, a person with skills, a person who can command respect, a person who has compassion himself, a person who is not there to judge the parties. The person is there to facilitate discussion, to facilitate the parties to come. So when we look at the mediation process itself, yeah, from the diagram, I put it here. 1, it is a process where the mediator will sit down. First, he will get the facts of the case from both parties. Yeah, listen to them first individually. He collect the facts. Then they will fix a date. Before coming to the mediation process, the mediator must educate himself as well. He must educate himself. Go through the history. Why this conflict happened? He must look at history. History is very important because we don't want to repeat the mistakes, but at the same time, history gives us very valuable lessons. So during the process of mediation, the mediator is well informed. He must be well informed. He must do his literature review. He must do his, like a CIA background check of the conflict. Yeah, why the conflict happens and the reason why. And it must not make an opinion, but he must read to inform himself. And then during the mediation process, the mediator must inform the parties of his neutrality. He must give parties equal opportunity to speak, 5 minutes each. In fact, when the mediator is sitting at the table, he must be sitting, we are trained to sit in the middle, where both parties are facing each other, we must give them equal space, everything equal. There must not be any sign of inequality. It's very, very rigid process. So during the mediation process, the mediator is supposed to give both parties equal opportunity to speak. So he need to ask the parties who want to go first. With consent of the other party, he has to give the party, they speak. So during the process, the mediator will listen, and he can allow, okay, this is the diagram, we call this mediation iceberg. What we see is just the iceberg, but we have to explore deep down. So the duty of the mediator is to explore the needs and interests of the parties, not what they want. What they want is something that mediator should not be exploring more. What he wants to see is that what are the needs and interests of the parties. So because when he wants to identify the real solution, he need to identify what are the needs and interests of the parties. So the iceberg here is very important. The iceberg provides the mediator the importance of deep digging. He has to dig in and probing. So during the first session, the mediator is given the flexibility where he can allow the parties to vent. It means they can speak out, they can show their anger to both parties, they can speak out and show their anger. We call this venting, V-E-N-T-I-N-G, ventilate, So the parties are allowed to ventilate. I believe when I vent my anger, express myself, I'm cool. So this is one process in mediation which I really appreciate. So when the parties vent their anger at each other, given the opportunity, they cool down a little. When they cool down, then the mediator will take turn to listen and and then reinforce and write down. They have a board. The board is transparent to show this is what the mediator he listens to them and put down the points what they want to discuss according to the priority. Put down. They can choose a few topics and they discuss according to priority. It's all subject to the consent of the parties. So the iceberg is very, very important in the mediation process. So we explore the needs and interests of parties, go beyond the wants. I want this. No, this is not what we want. That's why Rahmah and Karuna is very, very important, because it gives the person the ability to think beyond what they want, but use the compassion, compassion. So when we look at the mediator himself, mediator, as I said earlier, must be diligent, must make reasonable effort, to advance the mediation in time. So during the mediation, he must not rush the parties. He must be showing the parties that he's willing to listen, not to settle the matter within an hour or so. No, he must be willing to, even during the mediation session, the parties are to be asked how much time they can spend. And they're supposed to set aside adequate time not to be interfered. If they have to do something, they must assign someone. If they cannot make a decision, they must have someone at hand, maybe the members of society, to respond to the the negotiation they are trying to conduct. Procedural fairness, I explained earlier. The mediator must make sure that he conducts the procedure in a very fair manner. This is not written down, but there's a mediation egg, we call it. So the process I put up earlier just now, the flow chart, that's what it is all about. The mediator must explain to the parties the process. The mediator must be truthful. Mediator must be someone who's respectful, truthful. Mediator, in fact, if we look at the Kluwer mediation block, it says mediator must have 212 qualities. I will share these qualities later with Prof. Imtiyaz, where you can share with others. 212 qualities of a mediator. Such a long list. So the mediator must be truthful. He must also comply with the law. If there is any law that is provided, for example, in Malaysia, we talk about religion. We have the Federal Constitution, which speaks about prohibition of propagating other religion to Muslims. So this is something the mediator must be aware. So in our mediation training, we provide this course to the religious leaders. So most, in fact, all Malaysian religious leaders are aware about this law. So compliance with law. Disclosure of compliance with compensation term. So the parties must be aware about what type of fees is charged and what the fees to be paid to the mediator, or if they're not paying, then there's something the mediator need not discuss. The contingent fees, also gifts and favor. Mediator must not accept any gift. must not accept any gift from any participant or from any association. He must not take it. It will look as if he'll be favoring the other party. Yeah? And mediator must be responsive. He cannot say, oh, I'm a Muslim, I only respond to the Muslims. Or I'm a Muslim, I must not respond to the Muslim. I must be seen to be fair. So when it comes to religious mediation or cultural or racial, we can bring in two mediator to show, impartiality. We can bring multi-party mediation. Issues, we can bring in two mediator, co-mediator. Okay. I hope I'm not rushing through, but I need to push through also. Yeah? Mediating religious conflicts, yes, it's already there. Through history, mediation can be used, but there are also some system around us previously cultural, like for example, India we have panchayat, in Japan we have, in most of the ASEAN countries we have this mediation. In Malaysia we have a penghulu court, penghulu will sit and decide. In the Pashtun community we have jirga. I have a PhD student from Afghan doing jirga system with me. So jirga is also a mediation concept, but jirga to me, we need to improve it lah. It is not as impartial as it seems to be. Yeah. So for religious disputes, mediation is one of the best dispute resolution mechanism. Yeah. So we can compare both, yeah, Islam and Buddhism. Under Islamic concepts of peace, mediators need to be values with unity of God, yeah, Tawheed, fitrah, yeah, what is duty of a Muslim, justice, adil, yeah, forgiveness, rahmah and mercy. For the Buddhism, we have we've heard so much about it, so I'm not going to speak about it in length, but I'm just going to put the 4 qualities which I believe is very, very relevant: compassion, loving kindness, sympathetic joy, and equanimity. Compassion, yeah, the karuna. I think in Tamil they call it karuna. I mean, most of the terms we hear is very, very common Malay terms as well, yeah, and Arabic terms. So mediator here, we need to acquire these qualities. I'm going to bring this concept to my mediation training in May. Alhamdulillah, this conference has opened my eyes as well. So compassion is, I've also read Christianity and a few other religious mediation. There is centers offering faith-based mediation. So they also are developing compassion-based mediation, where they provide parties the benefit of this mediation process. And according to this compassion-based mediation, is big advantage for the parties, where they can come, they bring in their values, and they bring in both faith-based as well as secular intervention. According to Jacob, Isay, and Abu Nima is a Muslim scholar. They brought 5 advantages of mediation for faith-based disputes. 1, explicit emphasis on spirituality and religious identity. 2, use of religious texts. 3, use of religious values and vocabulary. 4, utilization of religious or spiritual rituals during the process. 5, involvement of faith-based actors as third parties. This is the religious leaders. So it's very, very clear. Christianity, Buddhism, Islam, and any other faith-based belief, yeah, they promote mediation, because mediation is looking beyond dispute resolution in, in a more, not litigation, but more in terms of compassion as well as mediating the dispute. Mediation process is also flexible. It assures respect, and also parties' presence are felt in the process. So the parties, when they come to the mediation process, they live, even in business mediation, parties live as friends. That means they preserve the relationship. Relationship is preserved and parties go back as friends. So cultural identities are very, very important to be preserved. Religious values. Yeah? So this is where mediation help party to respect each other's values and belief, and at the same time allow parties, like just now Prof said, let us leave the sensitivities alone, yeah, aside. We come together, forge our relationship Similarly, in mediation, we convince parties that do not disturb certain values. Yeah, certain values. Do not judge the party's belief, but you come together, respect the belief. At the same time, you come, be flexible, and see how you can compromise. And of course, not touching the basic core Tawhidic concept. Yeah, but come together and see how we can, because all religion teaches us to be good to each other, teaches us to show mercy, compassion. Yeah, so we want to make sure that parties the mediator must be able to bring this process into the mediation. This is why the mediation is very, very important, and the role and the skill of the mediator is very, very important. So the mediator skill, according to Karen Armstrong, says all faith talks about the golden rule. I mean, it's nothing new. I'm not bringing something new, but everyone knows about this. But this to reinforce, saying that when it comes to mediation, we will bring in the golden rule. Golden rule says, you don't want to bring into others what you don't want to be done to you, isn't it? So treat others as you would wish to be treated yourself. This is how mediation brings up. So mediation talks about generosity, yeah, and talks about how we want to make sure that we want to resolve, we want to go back to being good Malaysian, good global community. Like in Malaysia, we have 6 major religions, which Sister Piling is a member of the JKMPKA. 6 major religions. And we have one more, Baha'i. So these religious leaders, when we discuss with them, they respect Islam. And the Muslims respect the non-Muslims. So when we meet, we stay in campus for 2 weeks. During this session, we share food, we have healthy discussion. I've never heard any disagreement to the extent that people start quarreling and hurling hurtful remarks. No, everybody come together, sharing and caring. And in fact, they diffuse the tension. If there is tension, they can see tension coming, they diffuse the tension. Okay, personality of a mediator. A mediator is a very complex personality. Yeah? They are very, very important people. They're intellectual, but at the same time, they have to be helping to clear dust of ignorance. Yeah, they have to help the parties discover the nobles within themselves. Mediators must care for human evolution through peace and bettering people. Also, the mediator, as human being, they need to have a wider pool of human attributes available. They must be able to see how the human values, qualities they can bring up. Yeah, they reassure, they reinforce, but they're not supposed to speak much. But during the caucus session, okay, I'm running out of time. So I've developed a 7-step process, which needs more time to explain. But this step brings out these 7 steps where we want to, it needs more reforming. These 7 steps very, very valuable in helping us develop this compassion-based mediation process. Yeah. The obstacles for successful mediation, again, this is not easy to overcome because obstacles are everywhere. The obstacle that we have, through my reading, identified is that the negotiation process can be hindered. Yeah, because there are people who are very, very stubborn. Yeah, they want to fight over diverging positions and they don't want to explore the core interests. They are very, very, for example, when we were developing the module, we had tough time dealing with the Christian group in Peninsular Malaysia, to the extent that they are not joining the program, but we have Christians from Sabah and Sarawak joining us in the program. So there is, we have the representative, but we don't have the Peninsula because of the word Kalimah Allah. This is the issue there. So there is some position that they don't want to move from the position. Yeah? Also, people disagree. It's not easy to disarm them. Yeah, they want to disarm the other person's argument. It's always, I want to win. This is something very, very tough to overcome. And reaching strong and lasting accord requires much more than mere negotiation based on the issues on the surface. So it will take time. I have had personal, personal discussion with Justice Ambing Kandakasi from Papua New Guinea. Justice Ambing is a very successful mediator. He handles tribal mediation. His mediations always handle on the roadside, where tribals meet in Papua New Guinea over land matters or any simple matters. So he's very skilled. So he says it takes time, not a matter of days. Sometimes it can go for weeks. He used to go into the villages and sit with them, and to avoid being impartial, they have to meet on the highway. So it's very, very delicate issue. Yeah? So during mediation process, the other obstacle is that the mediator need to be skilled in identifying and consistently re-evaluating the values and desires that lie beneath the surface of the dispute. So he has to make parties focus on interest rather than position. Interest is peace building. Interest is to resolve the dispute, to become one, to become a better nation. Okay? Again, I think I'm rushing, but I think this could be my last slide. Yeah? The criteria which I identified through my readings and from my own experience that is essential for mediation effort to be successful. One, the mediator's skill in ability to identify the situation where there is tense and to pacify the parties, while at the same time capture the information, causing the tension and listening attentively and noting the points made carefully. Mediator must not miss any point. He must not get carried away like watching a drama. He must be very, very attentive. So the skills, listening skill is very, very important. Must be very attentive, because parties tend to vent and tend to speak not in coherence, tend to blurt out issues. Yeah? So mediator must be very skilled. Two, mediator must seize the opportunity during caucus, during the private session, during the ordinary two-party session. Mediator cannot probe. Mediator must not probe. That is very, very much against the mediation process. Mediator must take the opportunity, seize the opportunity during the caucus session, that means the private session, where the mediator must give equal time for both parties. They go to caucus where the mediator can probe the parties, why, what is the issue, why it happened, how it happened, whether you're willing to compromise, what is the compromise level. This is where the mediator can come. Then are you willing to apologize? The mediator can work towards this during the caucus session. This is where the mediator sees the opportunity, get the parties probe and see what is the interest, what they want really, what they want to solve or not. This is where the mediator, there are sessions where mediator cannot solve mediation, solve the problem, but this caucus session is very, very important. So the mediator will explore their interests and needs and identify whether the parties are prepared to compromise, and this is where he can identify whether he can resolve the conflict amicably. The mediator does not resolve. After the caucus session, the parties come back to the final session. This is where the parties come back and see. If they cannot solve, they can go back to another caucus session, not to give up yet. Yeah. And the last criteria is that the disputant motivation. So the mediator must try his best to see whether the disputants can be motivated, to resolve the problem. This is where the mediator must help them to see beyond what they want, to see the benefits of compromising, to advise them during the caucus session, benefits of compromising and importance of being compassionate beyond winning. So this is the 3 criteria that I believe can be developed further to help resolve conflict, interreligious or interracial cultural issues using compassion. Mercy, karuna. All this comes under the term of compassion. Yeah? With that, I end my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Ainul. You ended on time. We need people like you to move forward, especially in the context of Malaysia. I suppose that you have opened up a number of dimensions as to the role of mediation. One perhaps is the formulation of policies in Malaysia must factor in Rahmah and Karuna as a feature. That's one. Second is that it should facilitate the establishment of mechanisms for interfaith relations at all levels, not only at the federal level, but also the state at the local level, which is, I think, we need most. Also, this mechanism can be expanded to ASEAN. There are 2 belts. One is the Muslim, what we call the Muslim Crescent. The other is the Buddhist belt. And this would all go well for future relations between the Muslim dimension and the Buddhist dimension of ASEAN. With that, we move on to our second speaker. Last but not least, Mr. KV Sun, welcome. Mr. KV, or his profile, or Vidya, as he wants to be known, is known in the Buddhist circle. Is an executive committee member of the International Network of Engaged Buddhism and a member of the International Forum on Buddhist-Muslim Relations. He has a deep interest in conflict transformation initiatives, especially in South Asia, and also a pioneer and an advocate of alternative education and education transformation. Mr. KV Sun is a co-founder of a consulting company which focuses on technology implementation, digital transformation, and innovation. He also helps program manage international 2G digital projects spanning across ASEAN, Africa, Mauritius, and Fiji. He brings to us the integration of technology and social outcomes, and passionate to see the inclusive and peaceful society. The title of his talk is Karuna as Vehicle for Building Inclusive Society. Over to you, Mr. KV Sun. Sorry.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Ahmad Murad. I assume you can hear me, right? Okay, good. Yeah. Firstly, let me thank the International Institute for Islamic Thought and Civilization for this invitation, and thank you, good friend Dr. Imtiyaz, for roping me into this. So I have a deep interest in this area from very different perspectives, right? So allow me to share some thoughts with you, and also some personal experience with this, a couple of key points I hope that we can take away from this session. On the Buddhist Muslim side, I am engaged with an organization called the International Forum for Buddhist Muslim Relations, some in short known as the BMF. We work, there are 4 core members in this organization that looks at how can we strategically think through and execute or support execution of Buddhist-Muslim collaboration, as well as mediational activities, right? One of the outputs of our meetings have been what is called a statement called the Jakarta Statement, which I have uploaded onto your chat box. If you want to take a look at it, please download the box. It operates on 2 principles. Number one, what the principle of shared values. We look at spiritual practice from the standpoint of not the teachings per se from the words or the text, but the value that the exudes to us. So what are the values? And when we come to meet with the core values, for example, if the value is the value of life, then we look at how to deal with violence, violent extremism, for example, and hate speech, for example. So we look at that, and in that document, you will see how we have tried to bring the key teachings that brings out these values in both the Buddhist and Islamic traditions into one document. So I hope you appreciate that. So that's the first point I want to make, the shared values. From how the shared value come about is really about understanding and appreciating common issues and common problems. Prof, I know mentioned a very interesting word called structural violence, right? And this structural violence is I would describe it as an example I gave recently is there's a gathering, and if there was a fight outside our house, the door outside our house, somebody gets beaten up really bad, and we call the police, or we call the ambulance. The ambulance take hours to come, okay? Now, this is non-COVID environment, okay? COVID environment is a different thing, okay? So why does it take such a long time to come? Because there's inefficiency, there is possibly elements of corruption, you know, and that amplifies this whole situation, and the person may not survive, right? So there's a structural element around it besides just the individual level. So we want to look at relationship or inclusive society from a much more structural level. So this is the work of the International Forum for the Buddhist and Muslim Relations, and I work with the organization called the International Network of Engaged Buddhists. We look at very, very specific, wide range of specific issues, anywhere from climate change, violence intervention, and so on. But when we talk about compassion and Rahmat, I think we have to think through a bit deeper. One way of looking at this is, let me share my experience with you. I was trained as a Buddhist teacher many years ago, right? I was even a short time a monk. I decided that wasn't my life at that point in time. And I moved from Buddhist teachings, Buddhist monastery, to a very corporate environment. Some say that I moved from Buddhism to capitalism. Okay, right? But you know, I told my friends who tell me that actually they're the same. Ism and ism, any capitalism, Buddhism is going to be an issue. We need to get away from the ism, right? Okay. So in the corporate environment, I've tried very hard to implement compassion. It's a challenge, you know, it's so difficult because the general norm is profit is always above people. Compassion is a wrapping, you know, that shows that you do something good. We need to go deeper down, okay? And we need to explore, you know, our inner self. Okay, that's where religion or spirituality comes in. In this whole environment where profit goes above or beyond people, the chase for materialism and wealth become greater than what we think, what we greater than relationships, for example. Then we feel unhappy. That unhappiness is causing a lot of pain. It causes a lot of pain. We need to deal with this kind of conflict, this kind of internal violence in ourselves first. And compassion is the way to deal with it. Many teachers just now have spoken about this. I won't go around so much. I just share with you that at one point in my own life, I had huge conflict, right? I was attending this talk by a Zen monk. You know, I was in this temple and I was sitting one corner and, you know, sulking and wondering what to do in life, and, you know, in the down point of your life. And everyone was an enemy. I was my own enemy. And after that talk, a gentleman stood up and asked the teacher, you know, and he shared his life, that he's going through divorce, he's gone through a lot of pain and so much difficulty. You know, he asked the teacher, the Zen monk, what should I do? The Zen monk replied in one answer: whatever you do, everything you do from now on, try to do with compassion. And that hits me on a very personal level. And this is what we want to take away. There's a lot of theories, a lot of discussions about what compassion is. But, you know, when you're hit with a very challenging time in your life, is where you look at compassion, you look for compassion to transform your life. So that transformation is the first level we need to deal with, right? And we've gone through that, okay? And we noticed that also these challenges happen all around with other people. As I speak, I'm sure some people have some challenges, just to remind ourselves that whatever we do, we can try, not should, we can try to act with compassion. Right? And that brings me to reflect on another item in another teaching in Buddhism. In Buddhism, I'm also sure with your own religion, but this is my own reflection, that when I looked at the life of the Buddha, right? You know, when the Buddha's path was to like understand what suffering was, what is suffering, what is pain, what is this thing called, in Sanskrit term we call dukkha. What is it? In birth, life, death, so much question to life. So it's a quest to understand life itself. So when he saw that, when he understood life itself in his own way, that teaching today come to us as Buddhism, okay, was a quest for knowledge and wisdom. There were two choices at the point where he attained knowledge, attain wisdom. He could just sit down under the tree, the Bodhi tree, as the Buddhists would call, and say, well, I've got it. I understand what's life. And he'll just sit there and, peace. But the other motivation was that he realized that there's more than that. Venerable Mahinda talked about going out to help people. And that was the other part of life, He just got out after meditating for weeks and says, okay, it's time to go and talk to people and reach out. There are people who need help. That's the compassion aspect. And this was quite well described by Professor Osman Bakar just now about bringing wisdom and compassion. And wisdom and compassion, to me, comes together, And wisdom is about looking at the issues and the challenges that breaks up society. It looks at challenges that breaks us. It looks at what the real cause or the what we say the root cause of the problems are. When we talk about divisive society, we talk about conflict. What is the root cause of that? I think we need to spend time to think and look about that. And in a structural environment, okay, we need to understand root cause in a very globalized environment, not just globalized, but very digitalized environment. Okay, why I specifically mentioned digitalized? It's not just that I'm in the industry, okay, but this is very close to me, because in the digitized environment, and it is the environment that actually divides us. I'm not sure you understand. Some of you may understand this, but social media. We talk about, yes, we need to amplify love. We need to amplify compassion. Social media, right? Fundamentally, it ain't going to happen, because social media is designed to segmentize people with the same kind of thinking, the same kind of interest, the same kind of approaches, right? And such a platform or such platforms causes you to lose track of things that are not in your sight of your interest. So if you talk about compassion a lot on your Facebook, you attract a lot of people interest talking about the same thing, but then you don't get to hit the side when people talk about hate speech, we talk about divisive society. We don't know, that's hidden from us. If you start talking a lot about it, then it comes into you. So this is another area within the digitalized global environment called algorithmization of information. Information is pushed to you or is pushed to us in an algorithm that thinks that this is what interests us and what we want to see. Why these platforms are not done for free? They're not done for fun. They are done because marketing. If somebody wants to sell a product with a particular interest, or only Buddhists, or people like talk about compassion, yoga, or whatever it is, right? So then the product can be pushed to the right target, and it is the interest of such platforms to remain and keep people separated. And this is a big challenge because it is creating on the digital level, a very huge diversive thinking and diversive society. And if you take it up onto the human level, right? Because a lot of people spend a lot of time on such platforms, we begin to take news from there and take it as important, as key. Then our society becomes more and more diverse. So we need to deal with this. And when we talk about going to root causes, we need to understand this whole process and that's happening, and understand what the root, understand where the root cause is. So this is one big area that we need to deal with. Of course, when we go deeper down, we ask why people do that, why people say that, who is the source, where does it come? There are certain people who have influence that say certain things or believe in certain divisive, divisional type thinking, to divide the people. I like the term that Dr. Imtiyaz mentioned about this colonial mindset, separating, divide and rule, divide and conquer. So and also people with influence, whether they're in politics or in business, okay, who believes that, I'm entitled to a certain thing, a certain group of people are not entitled to this. And this views goes into our community through all this. How do we deal with that? Right. So we have tools, we have strategies, we have a lot of the knowledge behind us. Okay, but one of the things that I've been pushing for, and I've always, and when I speak at platforms like this, I always want to say that we need more new skills, more skills to deal with understanding such mechanism, these platforms, these globalized, digitalized, diversive, structures that automatically separates people, right? So new skills are key. And for religious and spiritual people, sometimes it's a challenge, or I have to learn something new. It's challenging. It is very challenging. I recently started an initiative called Digital Bodhisattva. We have, a group of young people and get them to understand, not just use social media and digital platforms, but also think of how to be ahead of the curve in terms of globalized digital world that we live in. So new skills in the tools that we need to understand, new engagement strategies we need to put together, and how do we utilize them? In the Buddhist tradition, we have this thing called skillful means. How do we use tools, new tools, different tools that can activate such changes, right? So these are some of the key points I just wanted to share with you. But a lot of what I wanted to say was actually articulated in earlier speakers. I just thought that I want to share this with you. I don't want to go too much into details, but I know there are a lot of time taken. We didn't have enough discussion. I like to, end early and enable discussion time. Before I close, I just want to share this little story with you about wisdom and compassion. Maybe I threw you a question: which comes first, wisdom or compassion? Which is more important? Is wisdom and compassion more important, or wisdom more important? So this was a question that I've been asking a lot of teachers, and some say wisdom, some say compassion, Then I was at a mediation workshop in Sri Lanka, almost immediately after the end of the war, after the federal military army, kind of bombed up the whole place and ended that place, and there was a lot of reconciliation exercise and activities being done, So I spoke to this monk, a Buddhist teacher, and I asked him, which comes first? Which is more important? I really struggle. Which is more important? And his answer was very simple. And I want to leave that with you as a conclusion of my short and simple presentation. Okay, his answer was, wisdom is compassion. Compassion is wisdom. So again, I thank you for the opportunity to speak with you and share some thoughts with you. And I'll hand the session back to Professor Dr. Murad to take over the session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. K.V. Soon. That was short and sweet. There are a number of things which we can learn. I suppose one of the things, the core essence that you spoke about were values. There are two forces that challenge values. One are the isms, ideologies that destroy values. The other is technology that we're using now. And you spoke about how to overcome this, skills needed. This is very important at the individual level and at the collective level. And this is, it goes down to the family and how we train ourselves to overcome these two things. But I'm also reminded of perhaps, I don't know whether this is relevant, E.F. Schumacher's book, Small is Beautiful. He was talking about Buddhist economics. Reading the book would not bring you to any ideology. That's why I read the book many decades back. I thought that it's a book that explicates what we call Buddhist economics without the ramifications of the present ideology of capitalism and other greeds of mankind. Thank you very much again, Mr. K.V. Soon. We have until I was told until 4:15. So can we invite questions or comments? I'm only I'm only accessible to the main chat group, but there's one question from Nur Farida, Professor Nur Farida. This is to Professor Aino. How do you decide what you need and what you want, or who can decide? That is a question.
Yeah, actually, Prof. Farida, we've been WhatsApping. Okay. It is a mediator skill. This is where the skilled mediator will have to listen to the parties and help them decide what they need, not what they want. That's why the mediator need to be skilled. The process becomes successful when the mediator is skilled. That's why the mediator himself must be able to exercise, demonstrate his stature, explain what is compassion, go beyond my religion is the best. Sometimes when you talk about religion, it's quite difficult to speak. We don't want to offend the other person. Yeah. Similarly, me as a Malaysian, I've been trained not to speak against any religion. So sometimes we harbor the ill feeling, we keep it deep rooted. So this is where during the caucus, during the private session, the mediator using his skill can probe the parties. Okay, what's your problem with this Buddhist person, or what's your problem with the Muslim? So they can bring up the uniqueness in Malaysia. It could be a blessing, it could be a curse. The race and religion is intertwined. A Malay is a Muslim, a Chinese is a Buddhist, or a Hindu is Indian is a Hindu. So this also, so when it comes to religion, and culture is intertwined. For example, we have the issue relating to demolition of the temple. I mean, this is a case which goes to court as well. So when you look at demolition of temple, from my town planning cases that we analyze, I'm so sorry, I don't want to offend anyone, but it is factual situation. For the Hindus, sometimes even the Chinese, when there's a tree, they like to put the altar, they like to create a temple. This is, even in India, there's a lot of joke about this when you watch the movies. But in Malaysia also, we have similar practice, because we must remember the Indians or the Chinese who come to Malaya, the first wave of migration were those who brought Islam and traders. That was before British. But with the British colonialism, we have the second wave of migration, that are the Chinese and the Indians and the these are the major group that they brought in. The first wave was the Arab and the Indians and the Chinese traders. The second wave of migration. So when these people come, they bring with them the belief. So they still continue. So the Indians, the Hindu Tamils or the Telugus who live in the estates, who work in the estates, they are given land by the estate owner to construct a temple. Or sometimes there is no proper permission, but they create a temple under a tree or something. This goes on until sometimes the land is acquired by the government for development. Will come through after independence. So during this time, the temple need to be relocated. This is where the issue comes. So the government is very sensitive about this. They will come together, they will discuss. But at times, the temple need to be giving way for development. But interestingly, near UIA, we have one temple near the school, our international school. It is never relocated. It's there. There is no compromise. The temple is there and the Hindu settlement. So the government do give in. They don't want to create racial sensitivities. So it is a very sensitive or a very thin line. We don't want to create tension, racial tension. So we go to the temple in this place, the recent temple demolition. Actually, the matter was solved. It's a private matter between a developer and the temple trustees. But the issue became bad because there's another group, the party A, party B. The party B wants money as well. Compensation was paid out. So developer paid compensation. The temple is to be demolished. But the team B, party B, they want some compensation. So this is where the issue escalated. So nothing to do with religion or race, but it's more of personal issue because of money. And they got this some gangsterism involved, and the gangsters come, they said Allahu Akbar. This is how it escalated. Actually, it's nothing to do with race or religion. It's more of so Prof Farida, the issue is really is a mediator skill. It's not easy to be a mediator. Mediator cannot speak much. Mediator cannot advise parties, but mediator must be there to facilitate, must be able to highlight but that's why mediator himself must be very, very eloquent, must be able to use the right terms. So when we speak about Rahmah and compassion, Karuna, and also look at the Bible, I've done a little bit more on the Bible. They talk about compassion-based mediation. It is very, very useful, very, very beneficial. And during the caucus, the mediator probe, he can find what is the underlying issue. So that in the Indians can say, oh yeah, our temples are always being demolished. It is like something's already rooted, always being demolished. So this I always tell the ministry, please bring out statistics. It's not only the temples that's being demolished, the masjid also being demolished to make way for development. So the government is not educating people enough. Awareness is not there. So education is very important. I think, Prof. Farida, have I explained?
Yeah, thank you so much. Yes.
Yeah, that's the response from Prof. I know. We invite any comments or questions from the chat group. While waiting,
sorry. Yeah, Doctor, maybe can I just have one comment on Dr. Aino's remark? I do agree, Dr. Aino, that I think these are government need to do more and to put out much clearer and better information, right? Yeah, but underlining these situations, also messages that comes out from different people and different parties that somewhat instigate, hatred or dislike for the other. And it turns, I think what we need to examine is how does it turn from a monetary dispute issue within the temple, that the narrative have gone to a religious dispute. And when people retreat into their homes, that's where the word spreads, you know, whether it's by mouth, by phone, by social media. And I think that's really the challenge we need to deal with. I think on the government layer, yes, there needs to be done, okay? But I think at that layer, who instigates how that messages go out and the narrative being transformed. So I think, I don't have all the answers, maybe you can comment, but I think that's something that is worth looking. We need to look at it much more seriously, where that comes from. Yeah.
Yeah, you want to say something, Prof, on that?
Yes, I agree. We need to create more awareness, actually. I mean, I always believe in participation. When we talk about, for example, now with COVID-19, we say government is not doing enough. No, I think government is just that small handful of jokers. But we have 32 million population. Yes, when we look at environmental pollution, the accumulated home pollution is more than the industrial pollution. Industrial pollution can be controlled, but the home pollution is not easy to control. So public participation, public awareness is very important. So the government need to look into, we have the Ministry of Information, we have our television. When I was growing up, I mean, I didn't grow up in this era. I'm also, you know, nearing my retirement age. When we were growing up, the television was very, very important. It gives us a lot of message. Most of our movies, the dramas, really bring in real issues, community issues, unity, muhibbah. Tunku Abdul Rahman, our first Prime Minister, when he went to seek independence, this I learned recently, when he went to England, he with some other religious leaders as well, community leaders. Those days they call community leaders. They went. They were advised to go on a ship so they can discuss, you know, how to meet the, because the enemies. I mean, the other person is a British. These are all together. But on the way back, they were advised to come back by plane. No time for discussion. Come back and declare independence. You know, no more negotiation. If you negotiate, it'll end up like India, Pakistan. I was very surprised to hear this. I heard this from one, I cannot remember who, but there was a discussion. I'm writing something on the racial relation and the law. So it's the strategy is very important. So our government has planned, they've done a lot. We cannot blame, because I'm dealing with the land ministry. Now I'm dealing with the housing ministry. They've done a lot, but they don't use this information to tell the people, look here, this is what we're doing. In fact, if you ask me, Prof. Murad, you're reading my CV. I used to present on Malaysian land system, Malaysian development system, Malaysian housing, wherever I go. Last week, I was in this Arab group. The Arabs, I'm so sorry to say this, they are like 100 years backward to us. And our system is very much, Malaysian system is very much at par with Australia, New Zealand. And we have a very good system. But one major problem we have is corruption. Lack of awareness, and the people, our people are good people. I grew up among multiracial community. My father was a Chinese school teacher. He was working in Chongwa High, the tuck shop, you know, they call it tuck shop. The seller will take out a bowl and say, this is your bowl, Mr. Maidin. Don't worry. My mother would be so worried. Oh, this is a Chinese house, you cannot go. And they'll open the can. This is your food. So halal was already there. Nobody questioned about halal. We know what is halal. The Hainanese kway we used to eat, you know, there was no issue about halal haram. Because people observe, they know, oh, this is a Muslim issue. But now everything becomes so, you know, so this is, the government should play its role in awareness creation, not hide information. We have plenty of good things done by the government, which is not, it is not disseminated to the people. So our government lack in public participation. Awareness is very important. From my perspective as a town planning lawyer, I see we have done a lot for the people, our housing, our system. Our government has allocated so much for education. We are one of the countries with, you know, we looked at education as a way forward to develop society. We never looked at Indian, Chinese or Malay those days. But after May 13, yes, they started talking about Bumi Putra. So this Bumi Putra development, if you look at the statistic, no, majority Bumi Putra is not benefiting. I'm so sorry to say this. The 30% equity yet to be achieved. Thank you to Dr. Mahathir. You know, he created the elite group. And the system now is what is in it for me. The politicians are looking what they're not looking at the people. They're looking. So this is why most of the developers, the Chinese developers who used to provide low-cost housing, used to provide for the local government facilities. Actually, the developers provide this. We buy a house, but extra facilities are provided by the developer, but the cost is transferred to the purchaser. The local government need to generate income. Development is increasing. We have 42 billion ringgit worth of property, glut, unsold property. This is the latest statistic as of today. So the government need to see how to bring the people mainstream. During my research in New Zealand, we went to do how the New Zealand opposition work. When there is something for the people, the opposition come together. They also come, they pull the chair, they sit together, they do things together. But in Malaysia, no. If it's the government, the opposition must say something against the government. This is the main problem we have. We must go against the government. No, we must work together. Opposition and the government must come together, help the people. If you ask me, we are a blessed nation. I don't see any problem. My sister Piling, she hugged me. There's nothing haram about her hugging me. I've known Sister Piling since 2011. Venerable Singh Khan, we work together. We work together. I come as a lawyer. They say, oh, you're a lawyer, mediation. So we don't disagree with you. We come together, the module we develop together. It's a jointly developed thing. We want to make sure everybody has a say. And because it's UIA, last year I brought in trainers from Australia. I brought in Caucasian. I brought in Papua New Guinea trainer to give our leaders the balance, saying that, oh, UIA, not all Muslims. We bring in non-Muslims. We bring people to, to show UIA is not theological university. UIA, I'm a UIA product. Prof. Thameem was my teacher. Yeah, he taught me religion. Prof. Kamal, we were taught by people who wanted us to see the worldview, not the small cocoon. No, Malaysia is a place for multicultural, we are lucky, but the trouble is the present group of the 70, 70, Alibaba and the 40 thieves, but we now have more than 40 thieves with a group of jokers. The civil service is good. We have a very good civil service, very efficient civil service. We are all part of the civil service, but we have this group of people who are controlling us, causing more damage to the country and economy, which we need to stop. COVID is not the issue. The issue is these jokers. I don't want to speak further, otherwise we become very sensitive.
Thank you, Professor. That was very, very encouraging view on Malaysia. I see two concerns here in the chat. One is on trust. If I may rephrase the concern, I think what the writer means is there's a trust deficit among different religions in Malaysia. Perhaps yourself or Mr. How do we address this? What are the approach? I mean, this is one way of doing it. We have a conference. How do we respond to this?
Tumpas lagi.
Yeah.
Trust issue. I think it's not something easy to address. I agree with Dr. I know that I think there's if I've been very frank, if I'm as frank as open as her, yes, we need to deal with issues at the administrative political level. Definitely has to be deal with that, But I'm also reminded that, it is not because the society is very complex today, a lot of people, a lot of things also fall onto us as individuals, as citizens, what are we doing? I think in many times, I noticed that it's easy to blame, but there are times, yes, obviously, a lot of things need to be done at the very, very structural, very high level, but a lot of things has to be done on our side as well. What can we do? And we need to look at the whole situation very, 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 very strongly, very holistically, right? Few things. Number one, my view is this. I think in the principle of looking at root cause, as from a spiritual value perspective, it's not about who's right, who's wrong. Let's just look what the issues are. and how can we deal with it. And from the spiritual tradition, okay, we have a very strong power that is either misused or not fully used. It is called the temples, the surahs, the mosques, the churches, right? These are very interesting, very powerful conduit of information, right? But it can also be conduit for misinformation, as we also have seen that some places are politically used, right? So I think we need to, I think this is a gathering of spiritual and religious leaders. We need to really think about from our side, from spiritual teachers and spiritual traditions where we hold strongly. What can we do? How can we correct that misconception, the distrust, you know, if it's really misinformation, how can we correct it, right? How do we do our part, right? So this is my view. But thirdly, as I mentioned just now, the digital wave of communication is a very powerful undercurrent that will continue to allow the spread of misinformation, sadly. And that's something we need to be able to deal with. Today is not a platform to come out with all the strategies, but I think it's to recognize that this area needs to be dealt with. And to me, personally, it's very important that it has to be dealt with from the perspective of compassion, right? It is not a logical address, it's not an angry address, but compassion balances our views that brings, you know, some level of peace to deal with it. It's easy to hold sticks in the streets on the internet and start whacking people, but I think we need to deal with it quite differently from our value systems. You know, Buddhist and Muslim values combined, what does it bring to the table? So dialogues like this need to continue to happen, and the conduit of our congregation where we meet is a very powerful tool, tool, if you like, you know, for information to go out. Yeah. So this is my view. Yeah.
Thank you. Your concern, your last few statements is linked to the second concern in the chat. Essentially, we listen to our own voices. You know, when you talk about new technologies, we are in the echo chamber. We are the same echo chamber. We are in our own echo chamber. We don't mix with another group or other groups. So this is where there is, what do you call it, both centrifugal and centripetal forces with regard to new technologies. So how do we immediately, I mean, this an immediate concern, I think, how do we immediately overcome this? Short term, perhaps.
This is a very difficult question. Shut off internet, but we can't do that.
Yeah, because you have mentioned that earlier. You know, you have given some ideas. So it'll be very interesting to see how you know, one at the individual level negotiates oneself into this. I mean, move out of our own chamber. Of course, we want to be objective. We would want to perhaps suspend our values. So how do you do that?
I'm struggling here because there are many ways to do that. I don't think there's one right way. How do we teach people not to blindly follow?
Yeah.
This is a big problem. You receive a WhatsApp message without verifying it, forward, because it agrees with our ego, agrees with our fear, it agrees with our insecurity, you know, and we forward it. So what are we dealing with? We're dealing with fear, we're dealing with insecurity, we're dealing with, these are the things that we need to deal with. You know, the simple answer is education, right? The difficult answer is how do we translate the education process into action that, oh, let me check the fact first before I send up. I think this is something we need to continually discuss. And how do we use, you know, other than education, people spend time with their family, how do we get that to the families, down to the children, and people, our church, our temple, our mosque, you know, how this become another area of education. We have to think in terms of that, playing this role, you know, and we have to come out and don't be afraid to tell the congregation and say, don't spread WhatsApp message, you know, just sometimes we have to say that. But I think religious teachers sometimes, sorry to say, you know, we are too caught up with our text. Today is the text, this is what we do. I go back and live your life. I mean, the reality is very different. I think it is also a reflection of ourselves. I will be apologizing all the place for what I said, but I think this is true. I mean, when you're in a position of power, whether in a political position or in a religious leadership position, it's power, right? And it's so easy to follow and trap ourselves, as you rightly said, echo chamber, to sustain yourselves. We need to break up. And I think this is the principle of spiritual practice, because when we look at wisdom, we want to attain wisdom, we want to attain compassion. It's not doing the same thing and again to expect a different result, but to look at things differently. What do we look at? We look at the inspiration from our text. That's what we look at, you know. And we need to find some way to move this message out in more effectively, right? So this much I can say. There are a lot of initiatives. There are not initiatives to this, but I think we have to continue this dialogue and see how the best way to do it.
Prof, you know, before we end, briefly, any response or any comments?
I agree. Education is very important. I mean, as I said earlier, when we were growing up, we had mixed race in schools. But now, especially in Kuala Lumpur, we have classes segregating. The students, sad to see some of my students from IIUM, when they go out, they get a culture shock because they don't have the opportunity to mingle with non-Malays or non-Muslim in the university. Very few.
How do you develop this narrative of compassion as a form of consciousness in society? Because there is, you know, people forget there's no narrative of compassion in Malaysia, I would say, as a Muslim country. Yeah.
No, we all learn about compassion, isn't it?
Yeah, we learn
from all religion talk about compassion. So in school, when they teach us from small how to, you know, be kind, they're very simple values, to be polite, to be courteous. So it's from school. When we start with the wrong footing from school, even teachers segregate students. Oh, sorry, dia bukan Islam. So this is a present trend. This is the dilemma we have now in our country. We used to be so, you know, good, very good mix. But now we don't have. If we can look at most of our songs, the Merdeka songs, lagu-lagu patriotic, very, very good. Every Malaysian is very proud about it. So to me, every religion teaches us compassion, mercy, whatever name you call it, compassion is there. Don't hurt others. The golden rule is there. But why are we still doing it? For the benefit of some people? Divide and rule? We are bringing back the British system. Divide and rule? Possibly that's a formula that's happening now. Divide and use religion for the benefit of leadership. I mean, there's a lot of issues around us surrounding us. That, I mean, I find it very like we are going backward. We are not going forward. We are going backward. The global nation is going backward, talking about religion and race, whereas religion and race is supposed to culture us, to make us better human being. Whatever belief we profess, reveal, or, you know, we say the Abrahamic, you know, any type of faith you profess, it teaches you to be good. I don't see any Buddhism or Hinduism, Islam, none of this teaching teaches us to do bad. So education is very important. This is what I believe. I agree, education, and also to reach out. I think the politicians should be educated first.
Thank you. With that, we thank Professor Ainul and Mr. K. Wisun for giving us the way to move forward and how to improve ourselves compassionately and at the individual as well as at the community and national level. With that, I pass on to the organizer, Dr. Imtiyaz or Sister Nyaninda. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for that insightful discussion. I, for one, learned a lot. Okay, thank you so much to Professor Dato Dr. Ahmad Murad, Professor Ainul Jarrah. Our webinar, I would like to invite Professor Imtiyaz for a closing remark.
Yeah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum again, and namaste to everyone. Today, I think today is a very happy day for me, and I think a happy day for all of us who are here. We have taken a very important practical step for building understanding between Muslims and Buddhists here in Malaysia at a national conference. And I thank you all for your support. We have a good number of participants, more than 100 here in Zoom, and also those who are following on YouTube. We started with a very good discussion, conceptual discussion, philosophical discussion by Bande Mahinda about compassion or Rahmah and Karuna. And both the traditions emphasized on wisdom, which is called Panna in Pali or Hikmah in Arabic, so that we can build a better understanding of what I call, what Malaysia always is proud of, is being multicultural, so that we can have a multicultural citizenship. I'd like to comment this session we just ended was a very important one, because it ended with providing us with practical ideas and steps which can be taken. When Brother Soon talked about skillful means, we have something similar in Islam. We call it ijtihad, and I hope to do one day a work or a paper on ijtihad and skillful means. So conflict transformation, which Professor Ainul was talking about, is very important for building an inclusive society, which Brother Soon is always mentioning, and he has a Facebook page on that one. I know Brother Soon for some time, and I understand his earnestness and in building peace and working on Muslim-Buddhist understanding. I would like to say some more things that we can do more of such activities in future, and just with the permission of the Dean, which I would like to also announce here, that ISTAC is going to start a program, an MA degree program in Islam and Buddhism, hopefully in coming August semester. So where we are looking for cooperation for Muslim professors and Buddhist professors to come and teach, so that from their religions, from their own traditions, to teach our students, so we can build what we were ending on the topic. Finally, I would like to thank all the speakers and the moderators and the MC and Professor Nur Farida, who initiated this idea. She has left now, of having this national conference today. I would also like to thank the committee of the conference, which has been working behind the scene. We don't see their faces, but without them, we could not have achieved and operated this whole conference today. So thanks to the committee which is behind the scene, and I would like to end my final comment that ISTAC-IIUM will look forward towards working future cooperation on building Muslim-Buddhist understanding in Malaysia, and which will have implications for the region and also for the world, inshallah. So with that, I thank you very much. Terima kasih and Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, thank you for your time today. And on behalf of the ISTAC, I apologize for all shortcomings, especially with technical issues just now.